get this crowd bouncing.
Oh my goodness me!
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Wow. That is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch. Thrill. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Middlesex Cricket.
Morning all, and it's day 3 at Lords. Welcome to the home of cricket. It should be a very good one as well. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Zafar. I'm Kevin Hands on Ford. Is alongside me for this one, and it promises to be a beaut on the third day and possibly a final day as well. Middlesex will hope so. It means they've gone well today. They're 10 without loss. They trail by 32 runs, and they need a very good day with the bat really to set something up here. News of the skies first. It's cloudy overhead. That will be a tricky one for Middlesex. That'll be something, Dom, that they will really hope the cloud cover burns through. Bit of sunshine today. Get out there and bat, because worked hard with the ball yesterday to try and keep Leicestershire into some sort of control, but they're going to have to back it up again today with the ball.
They will indeed. Like you say, we've actually seen a bit of cloud cover early on in the mornings the last couple of days, but like you say, the sun has burnt through. Maybe today will not be like that. You would feel maybe a little bit more a day for the bowlers. Might be a bit of a challenge for Middlesex, but that focus will be knocking off those 32 runs at first, right?
Let's look back on day 2. That was a sunny one, and it was a pretty good one overall for Middlesex. It is a finely poised match at the moment, but let's take a look at those day 2 highlights. There's an early indication. Lovely ball. Patterson has a look. It's away. Nicely done. 4 more to the total. Edged away. No deep third, so it'll be another boundary. Only just. It's keep poor old Sam Robson interested all the way. Well, there's a pick-up and a half. He had enough in that from Budinger, and it's gone all the way. Cut hards. Back-to-back boundaries, 6 and a 4. Oh, he's bowled him. Well, a 6, a 4, and a beaut through the gate to finish. Oh, very nearly, and he has. The bails go flying. I thought it had missed that leg stump for a moment, but the inside edge chops down onto the stumps. Clipped away fine, just straight onto the legs with the slope, Roland Jones, and it's Patterson giving chase, but he won't get there. Oh, another one chops on. Roland Jones picks up hill, had a chance a couple of overs back, put down in the slips. Edged away. Will it be? No, it won't. Oh, yes, it will. No. Oh, what a calamity. Little late cut. Edged, but an angle bat from Holland. Pick up 4 more. Edged away. Been a number of edges this morning. A few runs down to deep third now for Hanscom. Makes no mistake there. And a plunging defence from Holland to make sure any gap is plugged. 112 for Leicestershire at lunch. So that's beautifully timed. Hanscom picks up a boundary. Between extra cover and mid-off, that's a lovely stroke down the slope. Hammered through the covers. Holland's on to 20. Quite the gap as well. That one gets away wide of slip, and it's going to go away for 4, and it's going to be a 50 for Pete Hanscom on his return to Lords. A century last year, he's got a 50 this. Slammed through point, just backward of with the open face. Another boundary for Holland, he's on to 30. Oh wow, he's got that through. And Holland's defence is breached. Gohar floats it up through the gates. Dragged away by Hanscom, dragged down by Holman. That's close, and that's gone. Cox falls for a duck. Zafar Gohar. And there is T. Middlesex's fight back at the end of the session there, just starting to turn things back towards the host. Just the single for Hanscom to begin the session.
How do Leicestershire play this now?
There he goes. And third for Zafar Gohar. 3 for 18. Van Beek falls for 4. May well go on to be frontline spinner one day, but it's a bit of learning to do. It's a lovely shot by Green to get off the mark in the meantime, and on drive.
It was very nicely played.
Use of the feet and a swing of the bat. Down the ground it goes, a long way and all the way. 6 runs for Green. Heaved away. How did that get through? The inside edge saves him. It looked for a moment as though it may well bowl him. Work from a straight line by Green that, but work for 4. Lovely shot. Down the ground. 4 more. Lead 17. Middlesex needed there. Frontline spinner here. First ball with that second new ball for Zafar Gohar, and it's a wicket. Hanscom can't believe what he's done. He's lifted it to Leas deploy at mid-on. Oh, wow, he's gone. Well, unless there was something very untoward, then that was very out. And Higgins' return brings the wicket. Nice use of the feet. A glorious drive through the covers. Scriven into double figures. And there is the first championship wicket for Sharma. Back down the slope. Classic seamer's dismissal from the pavilion end at Lord's. Nips it back and he picks up Scriven as well. And off the mark for this ball. Second innings, Sam Robson, Max Holden. Worked away into the onside hands over his face for Van Beek, because that was taken from a straight line by Robson, but he survives. So that was day 2, a very good one for Zafar Gohar in particular. His spin could be really interesting on the final day. Of course, runs today will be the deciding factor on just how much there will be for Middlesex to bowl at. But overnight last night we did catch up with the Middlesex left-arm spinner, Zafar Gohar.
Zafar Gohar, thanks for joining us at the end of day 2 here at Lord's. Zaf, first and foremost, very well bowled today, 4 for 34 for yourself. You must have been really pleased with how that was coming out.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy so far. I mean, I got what I wanted to, so my job was like to try and dry it up, and then getting wickets is like always pleasing, isn't it?
I think that was probably a massive part of today, really. Obviously, we set out with the objective of getting through Leicester today, but a big part of that was obviously restricting them to runs. You only went at 1.7 and over. You're bringing us that kind of control with the spin that we've perhaps not had before.
Yeah, that was the plan, to be fair. I mean, if it was quite hard to score runs on that pitch, I mean, once the ball get older. So I was trying to hit the line of length pretty much consistently, and then got my reward.
Zaf, I think the last time I spoke to you here at Lord's was when you picked up your first 4-for. You've got another one today. You came into this game as a leading wicket taker in Division 2 in the spin bowling ranks. You must have been really happy with how you settled into life at Middlesex, and particularly enjoying bowling here at Lord's.
Yeah, a bit disappointed I couldn't get 5-for, but like I'm so happy with my bowling. I've got nice rhythm since I started here with Middlesex. So I worked so hard in winter, so it's paying off pretty well. Yeah, I'm so happy.
Good to hear. The end of day 2 here, the game's nicely in the balance. Obviously, we were 232 all out yesterday. They're 274 all out. A lead of 42. We finished the day 10 without loss. Going into day 3, it's all to play for.
Yeah, hopefully it'll come out tomorrow and then bat longer, trying to put some runs on the board, and then you know that batting on day 4 here is quite tricky, especially any sort of pitch. So hopefully we'll put some score and score, and then try and defend it.
I mean, the games we've witnessed here so far this year, Zaf, it's looked like day 3's been the easiest day to bat on. So hopefully with a fair wind we'll pile on some runs tomorrow, and you got some good turnout there today, so you must be hopefully getting a bit of assistance, as you say, on that 4th innings.
Yeah, I mean hopefully, like I said, hopefully it'll come out tomorrow, score a run, put some runs on the board, and then trying to put them under pressure. Like, and day 4 it's not easy bad anywhere. So hopefully we're trying to get them out on day 4.
Sounds like a plan. Well, good luck tomorrow. Hope it goes well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Zafar Gohar speaking to Stephen Fletcher overnight. There's Max Holden on the left, Sam Robson on the right. Some joker on the far left as well. Ollie Thorpe, social media guru here at Middlesex, will be whipping out the camera in a moment to get us some shots. You can catch all of those on the social media channels from Middlesex, of course. But 10 without loss and trailing by 32 runs at Middlesex. So these two will have some big aspirations today, but so will Leicestershire. James Taylor in the bottom right there, very familiar face of Leicestershire. The Nottinghamshire England are now back with the Foxes. And England selector, of course, at one point as well. You've just caught the caps of the umpires heading out, but Leicestershire will look for something similar to that first morning. 19 for 3. They'll certainly look at the overheads this morning, as will these two, but hopefully they won't be looking at them for too long. The cloud cover is pretty consistent over the top of Lords. The bright blue skies that we had the first 2 days not with us at the moment. So umpires halfway out, they'll be hopefully not casting their eyes to the skies at any point today. The floodlights are up, as you can see, but they'll be not needed throughout. I think this is a game that will probably need its full 2 final days. Kevin Hand here, bringing you the live stream alongside me, Dom Ford. And Dom, yeah, it's been a match where 232 plays 274. It's not been rapid run scoring out in the middle for the batters. You wouldn't expect that today or tomorrow. The heavy road has been out there, but a day of patience for batters and bowlers, I think.
Yeah, a day of patience. It won't be easy for Sam Robson and Max Holden early on here, especially up against the likes of Ian Holland, Division 2 leading wicket taker, of course. 5 wickets in the first innings as well, so they'll have to get dug in this morning. They say cloudy overheads might just assist the bowlers that little bit. This ball is still very fresh as well, just 4 overs old, but they did well to get through to the close last night. The last thing Middlesex would have wanted was to lose a wicket.
Holland's with the ball in hand then. He's got 3 slips. Deep third, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. So a 6-3 field. A little bit of a gap there to that third slip. Just settling down now, green, but around the wicket Holland. Which is how he got Holden in the first innings. Got one to nip back down the slope from outside off and through the gate it went. Here we go, first ball of the third day. Middlesex resuming 10 without loss. Solidly in behind that one on the front foot. Saw Max this morning on the way back from having a net. Be keen to go big. He got a couple of centuries here. He's got some really good scores on the board at Lords so far this season, and will be very, very keen to add to it here in the second innings. It was against Lancashire in the second innings, first match of the season, when he went really big and very nearly turned the game in Middlesex's favour. There he is, the first run of the day. Well, indeed, he did turn the game in Middlesex's favour, but they just couldn't quite get over the line. Having been 9 for 3 and in deep trouble in their second innings, Holden against a fine Lancashire attack. First game of the season, with a daddy ton. What Middlesex would give for that now. A big 50 certainly is on the mind for Middlesex followers, I'm sure. Somebody needs to play that Pete Hanscom role and get in and just go that little bit bigger than everybody else. Try and go to somewhere around that 270, 280 mark and set Leicestershire 230 on the final day. Nice from Robson again, running behind that one. He got on the nip back in, kept a fraction low in doing so. At the start of the match, so 19 for 3 it was. Something Middlesex can't really afford in this innings, you'd fancy, but then they were 9 for 3. As we said, against Lancashire, and Holden led the fight back, so the key is to get in and go big today for one of the bats in particular, but a sizable partnership ideal. A few deliveries like that'll help, but long legs there, so just a single for Robson to get him ticking on the third day. 12 without loss it is. It'll be Robson to keep the strike.
Yeah, you mentioned, Kev, the importance of the Peter Hanscom knock yesterday. Richard Johnson and Luke Holman.
What do you reckon Jono's tucking into there? Sorry to interrupt, but...
The sandwich early doors, or...?
Bacon butty on a Sunday morning, what do you reckon?
Maybe some dried fruit. Maybe a bacon butty. Warm him up a little bit. It is a bit nippy out there. Logan Van Beek then. A couple of overs last night. Open proceedings from the pavilion end this morning.
Beautiful timing by Robson. Classic Sam Robson off the hips. Clipped away. Timed to perfection. The short boundary in particular, you can't bowl there to Robson. These pigeons will be in trouble as well if anything's offered on that length outside off. So strong. Square of the wicket.
Yeah, just to go back on Peter Hanscom, just thought the importance of that knock yesterday was really impressive. The only player to pass 50 so far in the match, 87. He's out there for 202 deliveries, which may be an indication of, as you mentioned earlier, Kev, it's not been the sort of free-flowing scoring game. Good delivery from Van Beek. Bit of extra bounce on that one. But yeah, Peter Hanscom getting his team into a position where they had a slender lead coming into this third innings. Middlesex currently trailing by 26, so their first thought will be to get back to parity and then start to bat for the rest of the day.
Bit of bounce again on that one as the shape signalled by Robson. Bit of bounce as much as anything. Makes the signal with his hand to say it's nipped down the slope, but it was mainly the bounce. Hard cherry in hand. Leicestershire will be very, very keen to make it count early this morning. Taking that from a straight line, Robson. Fine piece of fielding by Budinger. Mid wicket. 16 without loss at the end of the over. Just watch him for how far across he gets here, Robson. There's that front foot, you can see. Ooh. Taking that middle and off. Just the danger there slightly is with the slope, you're closing that bat face. Ball nips back in. Your chances of striking the ball as the bat face closes obviously diminish. So your margin for timing the ball is that little bit smaller, but if the ball does nip with the slope, then all of a sudden bowler could be in play. Lovely ball from Holland. Dangling the carrot outside off. Holland, who picked up Holden in the first innings, getting one to nip back from outside off stump. Let's just watch that trigger movement, gets forward. Just searching for it slightly, but it wouldn't have been too far off that line. But in fact, it would have been almost perfectly that line. The ball that came back and went through the gate in the first innings. And there's the challenge for Holden. He gets in behind that one, smothers it back to the bowler. The ball that got him in the first innings came back even more than that. Fine start to the over, one up the slope, one holding its line coming in. Comfortable leave on this occasion. Nagging length that Holland had in the first innings with the ball seaming it around on that fresh first morning. But it's the cloud cover today. It's the cloud cover this morning that will interest Leicestershire. What will that ball do through the air with a heavy cloud over Lords? Fully filled in as well all over the capital. There's the game. Good leave by Holden. Have a look at it. From front on, it's from behind that we'll probably get a better idea of just how much it goes off the seam. It's far enough wide, it's not that close, but you can see off the seam that one. Angling back in, but just the pair of them sizing each other up, lining each other up at the moment. And there was the indecision. It's caused a smile on the bowler's face. That's why there's doubt in the batter's mind. Can we do it front and back, please? Sorry, front. Just from behind the bowler, it'd just be interesting to see if there was anything through the air on that one. Shorter, wider ball to finish and a comfortable leave for Holden. This is the fifth ball. Just to see if there was anything at all through the air on this one. No, not really. It was just tentative from Holden. 16 without loss after 7.
Really good testing over from Ian Holland there. Good cricket early on here on day 3. Noticeable as well there, Max Holden, that trigger movement taking him across the stumps, maybe that first innings dismissal on his mind.
Different game at the pavilion end. Robson lining it up once more, thinking it all through. He'll be very keen to get his first big score under his belt this season. Season pro. Varsity experience at Middlesex will really be looking for that senior figure up at the top of the order this year. Missed him for a couple of games with the arrival of the first little Sam. Another one onto the hips, another one dispatched by Robson. He's into double figures. Happily take them there all day with that slope as well. Short boundary. Ball's only ever really going to do one thing. on that line and that length. And Robson will say thank you very much all day long.
Yeah, nicely tucked away. You won't miss out on those ones. Sam Robson, bread and butter off his hips.
Well, it's a lovely looking drive down the ground. He hasn't got all of it. Front on, please. And well, this is the story. It's not a lightning quick surface here at Lords, and you'll see Robson in position, and he's just searching for that ball slightly. Come back to that one in just a moment. Now Beek's just not quite got it right here. Robson 4-2-4. 2 onto the hips. And he will make no mistake if you put it there. If one shot will always remind you of Sam Robson, will be that on the back foot. Clipping the ball square of the wicket. Deep squares come around a little from long leg now. You want it short? You can have it short, says Van Beek. Robson swaying inside that one, which is a bold thing to do as well. I've seen 1 or 2. As you say, it's not on the bouncier side, this surface. It's not on the quicker side, so in general, anything from the pavilion end seams in, it will do so at a slightly lower trajectory. Solidly in behind that one, push back again. But again, I don't think Robson will be too disappointed to be playing it off the back foot. Here's the drive. Just watch where contact's made with the ball. I'd imagine it's, yeah, just searching for a little bit as he looks to drive down the ground. That's where the pace of the pitch just not quite coming on to the bat, which you can see that from the scores. 232 on the first day. Middlesex out just before stumps, that 1 wicket down. And Leicestershire batting all day for 274. Those run rates have been just below 3 for the most part, down to 2.5. Lots of starts, lots of batters getting in, but nobody going on. That's where the patience comes in. You've got to sit in. Lancashire match was top end of the square, as was the last one against Kent, 2 lower end of the square. So probably been the 4 best early season surfaces at Lords. Ground staff saying they've never had a better March to set up the season. Nice one from Holland. He's drawn him into it again outside off stump. I've looked front, but again it'll be from behind. It'll give us a real idea on this one. You can see, oh yeah, even from front on. Now out of the hand as that's angling in, he's thinking this could come clattering back through the gate once more. Holden, he goes searching for it outside off. As it seems away, it looks as though he's playing an awfully long way away from his body, and he is. But the reason being, again, that first innings one that came back into him. Everything behind that. Comfortable leave. Let's have a look at the last 2. The one that drew him so far across outside off, and then the one he defended. So this is the one that seams away up the slope. He's left looking for it. And this one, there you go, jags back in, and Holden getting in behind it. It is a very, very tough game out there at the moment for Holden in particular, against Holland from the nursery end. 23 balls faced. Up against it. They've got to get through this morning session though against this new ball. Try and get themselves into this game, but it is going to be tough, and it should be tough. First class cricket, this is exactly the kind of working over that batters should be getting. Even when there's not particularly a great deal of seam movement, the natural variations of that slope are there to play with for the bowlers, but it's a seaming surface here at Lords and it's fascinating to watch. Plunging forward on that occasion, gets everything behind it and gets the single. That's the other thing, is try and rotate the strike for Holden and not let Holland settle in to a groove against him. 9 done. Middlesex still trailing by 15. They're 27 for no wicket.
Another good over, but credit to Max Holden as well. He's got through it. Not easy to negate the threat of Ian Holland, especially with the form that he's in with ball in hand, but Holden doing well. I mentioned before that trigger movement coming across the stumps. You can actually see leg stump in that trigger movement, but it's to negate that nip backer that got him in the first innings. Plays a huge and important role in this Middlesex batting lineup, Max Holden.
Big move, early move from Pete Hanscom. Josh Hull's throwing the ball at the pavilion end. Big man, big expectations on those broad shoulders. The left armour at Lords. He'll be taking it away from the left-handed Holden. Couple of slips. That backward point as well for anything that Holden stretches for. There's a deep cover and a deep backward. Well, he's heading a little finer now to deep third. Out on the rope, there's a deep square and a long leg as well. So 4 back. And a single for Holden. Green coming in from deep square. Interesting to see how much it changes the field for Robson. It looks as though it's going to be pretty similar, if not identical, for the right-hander indeed. 2 slips and a backward point. Deep cover, deep third, and then the other 2 out of shot. Deep square and long leg. So that's that one slide out to the right-hander. Comfortable leave. Yeah, Robson missing a couple of rounds. He'll be desperate to get himself into this season. The trip to Glamorgan next, and then the Blast. So the way that the season's broken up, if it's not this week or next, or even if it is this week and next, Robson, will be feeling, I'm just getting myself into a bit of form, and then there's I'm getting myself into runs, and then there's a break. Of course, far bigger matters at play for Sam Robson than the mere matter of cricket, but he still loves his game. A cricket badger, as they say. So always desperate to be out in the middle, batting, playing the game, racking up the runs. Middlesex needs someone to do it for them today. Will it be Holden, who has been the star performer with the bat so far this year? Oh, inside edge. How many times did we see the inside edge yesterday? I wasn't sure where that one had gone at all. And it could have gone anywhere between the legs, bouncing around. Here we go. Did it go front, back, then front? And would it have gone then onto the stumps? Would have been the key. There you go. Front, back. Fortunately, nestles in behind. Just a brief moment, thinking he might have to get back and kick that one away. Look down to long leg for a single. Big boundary down there, so it's as hard as he went at it, it's got to go a long way to get down the throat of long leg. Shorter boundary on the onside. Those fielders you can just see deep point there, but the deep third, long leg and deep square back. For Robson the other way, if he does get a decent connection on a top edge, it could be 6 away to the onside. Little tickle, or was it? Leg bias signal by umpire Bailey. Middlesex trailing by just 8 now, 10 gone in their second innings. They're 34 without loss.
Yeah, just 2 straight from Josh Hull. That thigh pad of Sam Robson. Yeah, they'll be pleased with this start. Approaching 25 minutes into day 3, trailing by just 8. And this is the matchup. Ian Holland up against the left-handed Max Holden.
Yeah, it has been a fierce battle between these two at the moment, and say Robson at the other end and Holden could do each other a favour by rotating the strike, but it's easier said than done. Not particularly a little simple single to drop anywhere. We haven't seen just yet is anything really through the air this morning. There hasn't been much of it in the game at all. The cloud cover at Lords this morning is one that suggests could be a little bit of swing out there, maybe when the lacquer comes off one side. A little bit more maybe towards the 30th over when one side gets not just lacquer off but a little bit more scuffed up. Keeper standing up. Just Holland's just weighing something there with Pete Hanscom, and it's going to be deep backward point to go back. Well, the keeper standing up is because of that trigger movement of Holden. So Holden, you can see the trigger movement there where he's taking those 2 steps to get forward, but what he's not doing is getting as far out of his crease as he would have been able to with the keeper standing back. So fine, you can have your trigger movement, but you're doing it from nearly on the stumps. It just means that he's not able to get a long way forward, not just a long way forward, but a long way outside that off stump as well, which is where he's trying to smother that ball coming back into him from around the wicket with the seam and with the slope. You can see a shadow stretching out to the left of Holland there down below him. I think it's only going to be a brief one though, there's not much. Yeah, it's gone already. Smallest slither of sunshine seeping through. Little width, a slight release for Holden at the end of the over. He'll pick up a couple. 36 without loss. He's the one that beats him though, so up comes Cox, which means back goes Holden. So he's deep within his crease as he plays this one here, and as that seams It's a beautiful ball, and it's a tough job. Just got to try and survive. A bit breezy this morning, coming in from over our right shoulders in the media centre. Pushing that flag away towards the south. Southwest. Just see Holden eyeing up that leg side boundary there as Hull drops short onto the hip. Slips away down the slope to the gloves of the keeper, but Robson eyeing up another little tuck. Deep square is set back, but it's such a short boundary that with Robson's timing off his hip either side of the fielder out there, it's going to be a small margin of time for him to get around. Then the one that angles across. Now left arm over to the right hander from the pavilion end. You're counting on that ball coming clattering back into your stumps, but that ball seems away, holding its line, but there was a little bit of seam movement as well up the slope away from Robson. But the right hander's almost got to put that one seaming away up the slope out of his mind from the left arm, where he's got to be concentrated on the ball, nipping back in. Trapping him LBW, nipping away from the left-hander. Again for Holden, as he eyes it up, he'll be thinking similarly. As much as he'll be looking to smother on that off stump, he won't want to get sucked too far across and bring those slips into play. With the steps forward that he'll take here, he will be more concerned about his outside edge than his inside edge, because he'll fancy that he's going to get outside the line of off Holden. Good take. Slips out again from Hull. Zafar Gohar, 4 wickets yesterday. Some very useful runs of late, including that big 6 to win it against Kent. There's that inside edge again. We saw it in the last over from Holden. And again, I reckon Holden will be fancying just get outside the line of off. Beats the inside edge, so be it, but just playing a little bit away from the body on that one. Perhaps not quite getting up as he expected. Played halfway forward. "12 done. 37 without loss, Middlesex."
One from that Josh Hull over. The thing for the Foxes is going to be the consistency of the bowlers. We mentioned in the first innings, maybe from Middlesex being 19 for 3, the work that Ian Holland had done, he wasn't really backed up by the rest of that bowling attack. So the likes of Josh Hull, Ben Green, Logan Van Beek, Tom Scriven, they're going to have to bowl in partnerships with Ian Holland if they're going to want to pick up these wickets, try and restrict Middlesex as much as they can. Home side trailing just by 5 now.
I didn't actually. One day you'll miss and hit the screen and smash it. Just brightened up. There's a hint of a shadow again. A few of them out there. Middlesex will welcome that. Angles away. Worked away. Now it's leg byes. Signal by umpire Kettleborough. Look at that go off the seam. Now we saw that in the first innings to Robson. It's how he was trapped LBW. A fuller ball just nipped up the slope like that and thumped into the pad. Holland was looking for the same again with that delivery. Just starting a little bit too straight once it seemed the way it went. But same as we set up for Holden with the inside and the outside edge in play, those 2 slips, or 3 indeed. Green there will settle down at what is effectively a 4th slip. Look like he's getting a long way forward there. Sam Robson looks like he's trying to play Holland as late as possible, but as we saw in that first innings, with the ball nipping back in from a full length as much as it did, and as much as that one that went away for 4 leg byes in this over. By not getting forward, you're going to give the umpire every chance, but he's got a method that he's going to try and use to see through this, Robson. Waiting on the ball. It's the 4 leg byes off the over. 41 without loss. Middlesex trailing by 1.
Positive start for Middlesex. The scorer's box. Don Shelley, Middlesex scorer. Long-term Middlesex scorer, 20 seasons. Straying a bit straight again there. Josh Holt, easy for Max Holden to tickle off his legs for a single, which brings the 2 sides back to parity. Scores level. Positive start for the home side. Be very happy having reached parity without any loss of wickets.
Offered up there, but watchful from Robson still. Might be in their shells, but they'll be in a mindset that they're on the cautious side at this stage as Middlesex lead by 1 run. The game is now in front of them. Just how many can they set? It's all 10 second innings wickets standing. He's got to tighten up on the top of off stump at the moment. Hull works away at the crease. On into the armpit of Holden. But much like Robson, who will very happily play off the back foot, Holden will, I think, likewise here at the moment. What they don't want is that probing off-stump line with the ball just nibbling slightly. There you go. That's where he's got to leave it. He's playing from deep within the crease at the moment, Robson. Look at that back foot. Saw it from Holland as well. The nursery end playing it late, Robson. To work away. Almost disappointed he's missed out on that one, Robson. But I think that is a ball that he had to play with complete respect. Just want to group it a little bit more here, I'd suggest Hull. 3 singles off the over, Middlesex leading by a couple. Holden will have the strike, 44 without loss.
Yeah, you're right. They've had a lot of consistency from the nursery end from Ian Holland, but just feels like they haven't quite hit their straps from the pavilion end. Logan van Beek first, Josh Hull. There's been some good deliveries in there, but it's the inconsistency, and on a surface like this, need to be bunching those balls nicely. There's your bowling figures. That just tells you, look at that economy rate from Ian Holland, 1.29. Van Beek and Hull just letting things loosen on that grip slightly. Yesterday we saw the batting run rate not really get too much above 2.9 towards 3. Middlesex here at 3.11. Started positively. They managed to get some boundaries away. They're now in the lead.
Front on that, please. Single for Holden. It rotates that strike, which is what we were talking about here for both Robson and Holden against Holland. Just not let him settle into a line. Look at where he's taken that from. Had that inside edge of failed to connect there. Holland and Leicestershire would have been screaming for that one. I think that was a little indication of just a little something through the air on that. There it goes. Just went late. Not too dramatic, manageable for Robson. And then the Jaffa follows. So you have one nip in late through the air, and then this. For all the world, look, it's as though it's going to clatter into middle. And beats him handsomely outside off. A beaut. Bowling brilliantly at the moment, Hollands. And Robson and Holden doing what they couldn't manage in the first innings. managing to resist, put in on that first morning. Blasted out the opening pair. Trying to lead from the front in this second innings. One of them will be desperately keen to go on here. 48 and 41 faced so far. Now for Robson, obviously he'll be very keen on those runs, and that, well, at very least a big 50 or want a century under his belt before he has to depart and make way for the T20 side to take centre stage in a couple of weeks. Last Lord's fixture in the Championship for a while for Middlesex. So the pitch for the Sussex doubleheader coming up here, men's and women's match. Under the away dressing room there, it's not the very light green on the right, it's the darker green just inside. Talks about Holden not being as worried about the inside edge. That was one way the line was perfect. That's about the only chance you're going to have of getting the LBW there. Big tall man as he is. Holden getting a long way down the track with his trigger movement as well. That one was pretty much in the margin. Again, these two against Holland, we talked about rotating the strike to just try and knock Holland off his line. As much as anything, it's almost keep Hull off his line at the moment. He hasn't quite settled into his groove. Looked at the bowling figures for Van Beek. It was a similar story in the first innings, although I thought he bowled better in the first innings, to be fair, than his economy suggested. First spell in particular, but he was 1 for 51 in the first innings, economy of 318. As we just saw his economy in this innings, 375. Onto the legs, and Robson nearly bisecting the two tightly knit fielders. Deep square and long leg. They managed to take a single though. Hull similarly, that first innings he went at 3.3, 1 for 33 for Hull. Picked up Ben Geddes, caught Hill, hooking for 23. Van Beek's one wicket in that first innings as Roland Jones caught Patel for 29. There we go, that's where he wants to leave it, Hull. Let's get that grouping on or around the off stump there, which keeps asking the question. Starting a little too straight. Holden happily steering. Binary code in the bottom right at the moment. They'd love to break it with a W. 48 without loss after 16.
Yeah, those two in the middle will be pretty happy. There's been a couple of close calls from the nursery end with Ian Holland, but in large, Holden and Robson giving their team the start that was required. It calls about a change for the Foxes. Peter Hanscom calling on Ben Green to back up the good tidy work of Ian Holland. Green coming in from the nursery end. Picked up 1 wicket in that first innings. Old Jack Davies for 49. Batted well as well yesterday. The Green 36. Gave the Leicestershire innings a bit of impetus towards the back end. Batting in partnership with Peter Hanscom.
A little bit off the seam. Obviously the sharp focus here will be how much does Green get out of it. Not much on that one. Gun barrel straight really. Through to the keeper. And again, straight through. Just holding a little look. He'll be telling himself, don't slacken off now. A couple of looseners outside off from Green. I'll watch for the good one. Don't think the pressure's off fully now with the absence of Holland. Again, that little bit of width. He was drawn into it, but he hasn't gone too hard at it. Holden, just a watchful push. Green 18 wickets this season, second highest wicket taker for Leicestershire behind Holland's 26. Green 18 wickets at 19, Holland 26 at 15, then comes Hull's 8 at 24. He's only played 3 of the games. Hull, Scriven 14 at 25. Will make pretty reading. Holden there, who's leading the run scoring charts for Middlesex, 581. The Middlesex bowling in comparison. Toby Rowland-Jones 22 wickets at 26. Zafar Gohar 20 wickets at 28. Higgins 13 at 33. Brooks 11 at 40. I think that'll just be the challenge. It's just the challenge for the bowlers this year, that somebody steps up in that seam ranking to support Rowland-Jones. One for Mercer on the right, the bowling coach, and the head coach Richard Johnson on the left. A snood for Jono. There you go, gives you an idea of the temperature. Dame Patterson next to Tim Mercer, Luke Holman in the middle. 17 done, 49 without loss. But yeah, if Middlesex were to miss out for any reason on promotion last year, for me it would have been that wickets column. There just wasn't enough support for Rowland-Jones. He was missing his old mate Mercer on the right hand side. Luis Enrique next to Richard Johnson there. I was watching, it's Paris Saint-Germain, isn't it? I was watching it the other day and I was looking at Enrique and I was thinking, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Rory Coots, club coach. Sat next to Richard Johnson. Do you reckon he'll take that one well, Cootsy, for telling me looks like Luis Enrique?
I would take it as a compliment.
Suave Spaniard.
Highly skilled coach.
Well respected.
trophy winner.
Other than all that, I'm sure we can find something in common with Coetzee. But it's Scriven into the attack for Leicestershire. 14 wickets at 25 this season. (26 years of age now, from Oxford. Former England under 19. Former Berkshire and Hampshire. His first county where he was at their cricket academy. Made his first class debut at Arundel against Surrey in 2020. Not a bad place to play cricket, a beautiful place to make your debut in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Beautiful place to play and watch cricket, that's for sure. Peter Hanscom, are we hoping that Scriven can provide that consistency? Mentioned a few overs ago, just looking to bunch those balls in the same area, in a good line and length. From the pavilion end so far for the Foxes, it has been a little bit inconsistent. There's been some good deliveries, but there's been a lot of boundary balls and tickles off the legs. And with Middlesex approaching the 50 stand, Holden and Robson, the Foxes will be keen, desperate to try and make this breakthrough. Scriven with a best of 5 for 46 against Lancashire at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago.
.50 up for Robson and Holden. It'll feel better for Middlesex. They lead by 8. They want to go like Leicestershire, somewhere around that 270, 280 mark set in Leicestershire. What Middlesex posted on the first day. The heavy rollers had a fair go on this though, and we often talk about day 2 being the best to bat, but will it be a pitch that actually gets better to bat on as you go on, or there's less in it for the bowlers as it goes on? What's been in it so far has been that seam movement, and similarly spin for Zafar Gohar yesterday. Still seaming today. Zafar Gohar and Middlesex will clearly hope it's still spinning on that final day tomorrow, and they'll hope that they've got a bag full of runs. In the meantime, they lead by 9, 51 without loss.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times this season, noticeably against Lancashire and against Kent, that when it gets to the 4th innings of the game, the track becomes quite nice to bat on. It's produced a high run chase for Middlesex in the final innings against Kent. The last time these sides were at Lord's. But spin will play a big part. Middlesex, Zafar Gohar and Luke Holman in their side. And then for the Foxes as well, Rehan Ahmed picked up 1 wicket in the Middlesex first innings. I'm sure he'll have a part to play as well when this ball gets a little bit older. But for now, it will still be the seam attack with Ben Green from the nursery end.
Trouble and gone Nips back in. Green replacing Holland at the nursery end, but picks up Robson in the same way that Holland grabbed him in the first. Nipping back in and, oh goodness me, clips that back pad. Was he just outside the line of off? My first instinct was he might get away with this, Robson. Umpire Kettleborough disagreed, and back goes the Middlesex opener. 23 to his name, not to be the big one today for Robson. Middlesex 51 for 1.
Yeah, needed wicket for the Foxes. A little bit of a team huddle. Chris Wright in there as well. It's good bowling from Ben Green. Just getting that one to jag back. Sam Robson was getting himself set. 55 deliveries for his 23, but much needed wicket for the visitors, who have their important breakthrough. Middlesex lead by 9, effectively 9 for 1. But a good knock, good partnership opening up for Robson and Holden.
Just that 150 for Sam Robson so far this season. He'll have the Glamorgan game next week. Try and get into those runs. This man has got a century to his name, and he's joining the only other batter at Middlesex to have notched up 3 figures this season. Max Holden, he's done it twice, but Luke Holman 103 maiden first class ton. Inserted at 4 last week, elevated to 3 this. 2 weeks ago indeed, that match against Kent, but as a result of that century, tops the averages this year. Be very keen to try and nail down a place in that top order. There's no doubt that he'll be looking to grasp the opportunity and indeed the challenge of being pushed up the order. All-rounder, fine wrist spinner. Boy, if he nails his place down as a batter as well, then Middlesex have really got quite the balance with Zafar Gohar as the frontline spinner and Holman occupying a genuine all-rounder role. Punchy, as you expect from Holman, off the mark with a couple.
Always nice to get off the mark first ball. Luke Holman, good form with the bat. 42, and that maiden first class century of 103 against Kent. Got off to a good start again in the first innings here, 33, before being caught behind off the bowling of Tom Scriven.
Nicely angled in, full face of the bat from Holman.
Let's carry on that from Green. A little bit of extra zip off the surface, round the wicket to the left-handed Holman. 2 left-handers at the crease now.
Cox down on one knee to take it. Another ball that moves sharply. Just started to swing a little on passing the batter, but only a slight amount of seam movement on that one compared to what has been seen from Holland. 19 overs bowled, 53 for 1. Here's the reason why they're 1 down. Sam Robson just watching that back pad as the ball angling in. Yeah, hitting in line. You could just see the bottom of off stump. The angle of that pad. This angle's the one that looks as though he may have had a chance, but those stumps, I'm not quite sure we're perfectly in line for that one there, but the other end, I don't think you can have any great argument from Sam Robson or Middlesex's perspective. Fine ball and a big wicket. Did mention how late Robson was looking to play that ball. See the pronounced movement of Holden, who's quite the contrast, tries desperately to get forward, get out of that crease. Robson waiting on the ball. Moore and seeing that ball angling back in, veering back in and then beating that edge. There's a huge amount of movement on it, but it would have been a lot of the uncertainty that was put into his mind. Oh, goodness me. Speaking of uncertainty, huge appeal. But Holden getting the leading edge on it all along the floor. Going again, Scriven, but just a little bit too straight on this occasion, and Holden gets the tuck away, which he was looking for the ball before. If you could line those two up. 25 in September, Luke Holman. 35 first-class matches to his name now. 1 century, 5 50s in 53 innings. Average of 25, he'll be looking to send that flying up. And it looks as though he'll get the opportunity to.
It's a good area from Scriven. That's where he wants to be on that off stump.
He's the ones to Holden. This is the one that got the leading edge. Holden a big step across, see all the leg stump there. Similarly positioned, just a little shorter on that occasion. Able to work it away fine. .55 for 1. 20 overs done, and just gone an hour of play here this morning at Lord's. Middlesex will be relatively happy, 55 for 1, but they are effectively 13 for 1. Second innings of the match, they've just about knocked off the deficit. Colder day today. Oh, you see that on the left-hand side there. That's well wrapped up.
Braving the shorts in front as well, though.
Yeah, might be regretting that choice right now. No sign of the sun still.
Green continuing around the wicket to Luke Holman. Wicket in his last over. and of Sam Robson. This game finally poised. I'd say as Middlesex just edging that first hour. Wicket of Robson bringing Leicestershire back into it has been really even. The first 2 days in this morning session on day 3.
Yeah, day 3 moving day, as they say. Third innings, the one that can go spectacularly wrong, can't it? I think, obviously Middlesex won't be looking at it from a negative perspective, but Leicestershire will know. Good morning session this morning. Good day with the ball, and we might not need too much of the final day with the bat to knock off whatever's required. It's Middlesex who've got the work to do. They've got to get those runs on the board from somewhere. 2.6 and over. That means what? Couple of 100 runs more by stumps today at this scoring rate. So you're leading by 213. Again, it's in the margins of the game so far. 232 first day Middlesex. Leicestershire going in 22 for 1 overnight. So they, 250 scored first day, 250 scored second day. That's a lovely shot. A few more of those and Middlesex might score more than 250 today. Holman's first boundary.
Really well played, Luke Holman. A little bit full from Green. Holman with a flowing drive. Can be imposing at the crease. Always looking to score, get bat on ball.
From Holman, drawn into it, and the ball nips away. Only marginally, but enough to beat the edge. Nice bowling from Green, nice channel. Lovely scene, wonderful stage set here at Lord's for this one. 51 for 1. The biggest difference really between the sides, I say 250 scored the first day, 250 the second. Now 20 of those scored on the first day by Leicestershire, so they've got 274 on the board. Looping up. Through to slip, but keeper standing up to keep Holden in his crease. It's a challenge for the keeper to grab it cleanly, but the key thing being it's keeping Holden in his crease first and foremost, which helps to bring the chance in the first place. Saw him closing the face to that quite full delivery in the previous over, and the ball shooting all along the floor off the leading edge to mid-off. But yeah, the biggest difference between the sides at the moment is probably, to be fair, 3 chances yesterday. Talk about Hanscom's 80, the only batter, 87 to go past 50. But there are a couple of put downs and a missed stumping as well yesterday. And at the moment they're probably the fine margins between the team top of the table and the team third and 30 points behind them, looking for a win to tighten things up at the top of Division 2. And they'll look to that man, a couple more to the total. 18 to his name. But Middlesex's leading run scorer this summer and looking in really good nick. Away fine it goes. Umpire Bailey tapping away on his knee. No buys again. Extras climb. Up to 17 of Middlesex's 65 for 1. They'll be a little frustrated with that. Leicestershire.
Yeah, that bit of inconsistency again. Ball in hand from the pavilion end for Leicestershire. Just build a couple of dots, build the pressure, get in the right area, but there's been the release ball, which just eases that pressure on the likes of Max Holden. Lead creeping up to 23.
Was there bats involved? No, there was not. In the umpire's opinion, umpire Bailey puts up the finger and Holden has to go. Gone for 18, trapped LBW. Keeper had been standing up to keep him in the crease. Umpire Bailey with a lift of the finger. Well, it was bang in front, there was no bat, and with no bat, then he was gone. Disappointment for Holden, not to be. He's been in great nick this summer. A couple of centuries and a 50 already at Lords, but not to be in this game. He's gone LBW to Scriven for 18. Middlesex 65 for 2.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes.
Lister Ploy, he was one of those to go early in the first innings. Middlesex's gun batter in at number 4, back in the side after toe injury. They need him now. The numbers 3 and 4 for Middlesex. It was a century last week for Holman on the left. Lister Ploy coming in from Derbyshire, the start of last season. Great excitement of all at Middlesex, including his teammates that are mightily impressed by Deploy. As a player and as a person as well, I think. Just a couple of 50s so far this summer. He'll be very keen to get that average of 34 shooting up. Fabulous overall record for the 30-year-old of 47 his average with the bat, 21 centuries and 40 50s, good conversion rate, 193 innings. I need a big one from him here. Holman and Deploy, something of a new pairing in the middle for Middlesex. It was Holman who was at 4 last week, in the place of Deploy, where he got the century, and as a result keeps his place in the side, and he's pushed up to 3. Whether he'd have had a knock with Deploy down the order last year at some point, I can't particularly remember. Only 5 years between them, but a vast amount of experience for Deploy now, and well, Holman's broken into the side at a pretty early age, but as a batter he's still in relatively young terms, and particularly as a top order batter as well, so it's a big opportunity for him. Spend some time in the middle, not only in this match situation, lead of 23, Middlesex need a couple of 100 runs from somewhere. And if he and Deploy do hang around, they are two who will score quickly. Got quite a punchy middle order indeed, Middlesex. Deploy, Higgins and Geddes all like to feel bat on ball, all like to get going quickly, get going early. Get in the game, get in the fight. Holman's not one shy of a scrap either, I'd suggest. And there is a moment here for Holman to relish the challenge, rise to the challenge. Middlesex effectively now 23 for 2 in their second innings. This is the point that Leicester should have been looking for this morning. Where's going to be that real pressure point? 17 balls for Holman, it's none at all. Deploy yet to face. 50 opening stand from Holden and Robson, but the opening pair both back in the pavilion.
Yeah, good challenge this for Luke Holman. Not one to shy away. He's been in good form for the second 11 this season with bat in hand. Started well when taking his opportunity. At the top of the order here as well. Last game against Kent, first innings here.
Made note for Green, 1 for 7 from his 4. It's his first maiden. Middlesex 65 for 2. Going back to Sam Robson, the first to go for Middlesex this morning. It did feel as though he wasn't getting a long way forward. He was playing it late. Just got pinned on that one. You'll see a stark contrast from Holman, but in particular Leicestershire deploy. We saw with a little shuffle and a chip to mid-wicket in the first innings, but he does like to get at the bowling. He does like to get on the front foot, both literally and metaphorically. I think that's the word I'm looking for on a Sunday morning.
That's where Leicestershire really need to hone in, keep those dot balls building, pile the pressure on. Deploy and Holman, 2 players that like to feel bat on ball. Can take the game away from you if they get in. That wicket for Tom Scriven will just give him that little bit more confidence.
Solidly in behind that one. Sweeper set back. Similar shot for Holman. Easing that one away into the offside. This is the man though, if he's out there for any period of time, generally scores quickly. Those innings of notes was here at Lord's, where it not quite timing it as he usually does. Dab at that one into the ground. Rehan Ahmed rolling to collect.
Blake Cullen off for a net, it seems. Featured in the first couple of games Red Bull Cricket this year. He'll hope to have a key part to play when the white ball returns as well.
Long way across. Long way across. Leicestershire deploy. Talked a lot about the trigger movement of Max Holden. Just watch for deploy here. Look at where he is as that ball's released. Just watch for the early movement of deploys, clearly looking to get, much as Holden did, a long way outside the line of off. So much so on that one, indeed. I was looking to see if he had a little shuffle. More so in response to the ball before. 62 for 2.
Yeah, seen those left-handers, Leeds Deploy and Max Holden, the trigger movement getting right across to try and smother the ball. T-shirt as well. I thought it was cold out there this morning.
It's freezing.
Cup of tea as well.
Lift for Green. Holman has a walk to have a little tap at the surface. Starts wide, then seams up the slope. Look at that go. A bit of bounce, a little bit of life. All the seamers will be pleased to see that. And a solid forward defence to follow from Holman, which his batting lineup and his coaches will be pleased to see as well. Not unsettled by the ball before. As I said, the wickets here at Lords this year have been really good for batters and bowlers. There's been runs, there's been seam, there's been spin, there's something in it for everybody. It's who can grasp it, who can get hold of it. Hand to it in the covers. Rehan Ahmed taking the pace off it, so it'll only be a couple, but a nice looking shot by Holman. We saw the short one, we saw the straight one, just a little bit of width and a fuller length, and Holman happily leaning into that. Look at the movement of Holman's hand, working out the lines, talking himself through it. There you go, pitching outside the line of, well outside the line of off stump, but with the slope it'll naturally angle back in. With the seam, could sharply come back in to challenge the stumps, but Holman talking his way through it out there. He's a character for sure, Luke Holman. Very popular figure at Middlesex. A player of great potential as well. Got ball 20 over, just a couple off it, 69 for 2.
Good over from Green. It's backed up the work of Ian Holland well from the nursery end. Keeping control. Picked up that important wicket of Sam Robson, of course. They've just gone for 9 runs from his 5 overs. The economy rate 1.86. Ian Holland's 1.25. Whereas from the pavilion end, Logan Van Beek 3.75. Josh Hull 2.50. Tom Scriven is bowling well. Up the wicket of Holden. 4 overs in, economy rate of 2.
Sweeper sweeps up. Patel coming around, and they'll pick up a couple. Shorter boundary over there, so it's only 2 for Deploy. stop by Patel. Just a single on this occasion. It's close enough to him. Picks himself up as well. Gets that throw in. The short boundary couldn't risk. And the second coming back. A long way across again, Holm. Top ball to finish. 72 for 2. 30 minutes to lunch on the third day here at Lords. We've got dot ball to finish now. Scoreboard's in disagreement here. We're going to have a 7-ball over. Not noticed an extra in this over, but with 2 to begin. Dot ball to finish the over. 72 for 2.
Yeah, good probing from Scriven. He's zoning in nicely from that pavilion end. Something that Captain Peter Hanscom would have needed from him. Just above the Middlesex balcony, members bar, a few in there today.
The 2 circular windows there. Lovely spot to watch the game, I'd imagine. There's Sam Robson, second right. Tim Mercer next to him.
Is that Luis Enrique?
Rory Coots in the middle. Who's the famous footballer that was always wearing a snood? This one that made it famous to begin with. Was it Carlos Tevez? It was Richard Johnson on the edge of the balcony, not Carlos Tevez.
Same football skills, I've heard, though. Yeah, just under half an hour to go then on this morning session. Say at the moment Middlesex just edging it, but if Leicestershire can grab a couple more. It's a good area from Green. Let the pitch do its work naturally. There is a little bit in it for the seamers, especially at that pace the likes of Green and Holland are bowling at. They found good movement off the surface. Middlesex leading by 30, effectively 30 for 2. They'll be relatively happy with that at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's any panic at the moment for Middlesex. We had a couple to the board from here, and again, as we were kind of saying, it's Leicestershire that are as such closer to the victory. Middlesex have got to the work to do to get the runs on the board and then get those wickets in the final innings, whereas Leicestershire be hoping get a couple of wickets here, get the pressure on. There's not too many to score on the final day, and indeed, if they had a very good day today, there might not be any to score on the final day. But 30 for 2, Middlesex still very much in a match position to be thinking about going up and around 300 on the board themselves and setting something around 250, 260 for Leicestershire to win. Key to it all is somebody's got to go big today for Middlesex. Somebody's got to get that very big 50 or a century. talk about partnerships, and of course they'd hope a big partnership can set this innings up and set this game up for them, but has the feel of it as though one batter in particular has got to put their hand up and say, yep, today's the day, and I'm going to grab hold of it and get Middlesex into a position to have something to defend, something sizable to defend here. Double teep-up, what's going on? Short leg, by the looks of it, the helmet's being run out. I think it's Budinger who's going to put the helmet on. So short leg for Leas to deploy. Was caught at mid-wicket in the first innings, bowling right arm around the wicket, so that slope, not only the angle from right arm around to the left-hander bringing it back in, but the slope bringing it back into those legs as well, which is where the chip to mid-wicket came from. There's a shuffle down the crease and an ease into the offside to negate any threat. And obviously saw the inside edge onto the pad as well earlier in this over. So Leicestershire have their ploy in mind. 72 for 2.
Yeah, it can so often be the third innings that is the tough one for the batting side. The pressure is on, especially when you are looking to build somewhat of a lead, and you do wonder if that Kent game will be in their mind as well. See Middlesex on the winning side of that and chasing in that game, but a huge chase of 366 for 8. Middlesex getting that win. But you do think that'll play on their mind. Day 4 track here at Lords this season has flattened out a little bit, so nice line from Scriven. Yeah, you do think that might just play on the mind of Middlesex. They might just feel they need somewhat of a higher score for Leicestershire to chase down in the 4th innings. They'll be thinking around 275, 300.
I see him behind that one, Holman, pushing back up the track. That's it. Just over 20 minutes to lunch. Racking up the dot balls. squirts off the leading edge, just a dot ball. 72 for 2. It is after 28, the live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Zafar. Don Ford's been replaced alongside me by my good old mate Roland Butcher. Butch, good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah, it's great. Good to see you. And it's a bit of a struggle out in the middle. Both teams have been struggling on this pitch. Good to see the sun breaking through. Now that should certainly make the batters feel a bit more comfortable after lunch.
It's been a fine battle, hasn't it, over the day so far? 232, 274. It's been a pretty even keel, hasn't it? Scoring rate's been just above 2.5 throughout the match. So I've been saying it's basically somebody needs to grasp hold of this game. From a batting perspective at the moment for Middlesex, obviously for Leicestershire it would be a clutch of wickets, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. I think both teams have had to fight really hard on this pitch. As I said, hence the scoring rate obviously has not been as you would like it, because both teams have had to really battle hard.
Two strong bowling attacks as well, though, aren't they, with Holland and I'd say probably Hull hasn't quite hit the heights that he'd have liked to at the moment, but well backed up by Green, Scriven as well.
Yeah, I think Holland is. He's one of those bowlers that he just really bowls within himself, looks to hit good areas and try and seam it, and he's made it quite difficult. I think he's been fortunate he's been able to bowl a lot of left-handers. He seems to enjoy bowling around the wicket to left-handers. In Middlesex of in this first 4 or 5 wickets, plenty of left-handers.
Oh, bit of bite in that one, bit of bounce, a bit of a sting for Leicestershire. Whatever your level, you know this feeling.
And bounce.
I've seen him get a couple to lift now, Green, from the nursery ends. Of course, trajectory-wise, he's bowling up the slope, isn't he? So
I think he's probably got more pace out of the pitch than anyone else, actually.
oh, now using his feet again, deploy. We talked about this a couple of overs back, didn't we, for deploy. There he goes, a little dance to it outside the line.
That wasn't too bad a shot, but probably got hit outside the off stump. But
that is a much closer shout. We saw him use his feet and get a long way outside off. This one he doesn't use his feet. Butch?
that's a pretty good shout. Leg stump there could that's a good shout.
Umpire Kettleborough.
Tell me, look at it, he's got some action to both of them, you know.
Similar moustache too from a certain era.
If he has the same success, then that'd be terrific.
Absolutely, he's a decent all-rounder for sure, as he saw with the bat yesterday as well. 72 for 2, mentioning Sir Ian Botham as you did. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Lord Botham as you did. Roland Butcher's breaking barriers. Barbados to England and back with forwards from Sir Clive Lloyd, Lord Botham, Mike Brearley, Sir Desmond Haynes, amongst others. There's the book. Holding it up properly. Breaking barriers. There you go. Get it in front of my face. That's what everybody wants. Get my face out of it. New book just out, Butch.
Yeah, it's autobiography. Finally, got around to doing it, and yeah, really looking forward to spending the rest of the year promoting it as much as possible.
Seems to remember having a conversation with you out the back of this box about 2 or 3 years ago, saying Where's your book, Butch?
Yes, you did. And for 2 or 3 years, I kept saying, "Yeah, I'll do it," but eventually we did.
How long was it in the writing, from start to finish?
It wasn't that long, because it was after I left at the end of last summer. Went back to Barbados, so it would have been probably just early October. And I said to Dr. Sasha Sutherland, who wrote it with me, because she'd been saying, like you, for a couple of years, why don't you write a book? And I was saying, yeah, sure, and not doing anything about it. So around October time, when I went back, I called her up and I said, you know what, I've decided I'm going to write the book. She said, great. And obviously she thought I had someone in England, and I said, no, but you're going to do it. So that was a shock, because she hadn't written a book before. But I mean, I knew she would do a great job. There's no question about that, and she has done a great job.
Oh, now that is close. And Bailey puts the finger up. Deploy despairs as he makes his way back to the pavilion. But absolute delight for the Foxes. Van Beek wide on the crease on this occasion. And it's just straightening. And really, umpire Bailey with not too difficult a decision on that one, as Deploy misses a pretty full and pretty straight one. Middlesex now losing their number 4, their big name. 73 for 3, but they lead by just 31.
All 3 of the batters that have been out LBW have all been playing from the crease. For some reason, nobody seems to want to get out onto the front foot. Even on a pitch like this, where there is not much bounce, or the occasional bounce, they're getting caught on the crease and allowing the ball to keep low and skid on. Three wickets the same, pretty much the same.
I was trying to work that out with Sam Robson. I was saying that he was playing it late and much deeper in the crease. Couldn't quite put my finger on it myself, because I felt as though it could be a problem for them. And as you say, we deploy that.
Because you see on a pitch like this, where the bounce, if anything, is a little bit lower. You've seen so many balls go through to the keeper, just bouncing before the keeper. If you allow that length, if you play back or stand the crease to that length, the ball's going to be going down. It's not rising, it's going down. And you're allowing the ball the opportunity to do that. It makes it much harder to. It's easier to play if the ball bounces suddenly than to go down. So if you let the ball get closer to you like that on this pitch, you're going to be very lucky if you can get the bat down in time, and that's really what's happened to all 3 of the batters. It's very similar dismissals.
Yeah, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but exactly that, as I touched on, as you've just said, it seemed as though it was perhaps asking for trouble a little. Ryan Higgins is gone. First ball, 2 in 2. Lift for Higgins as Van Beek finds that little bit of bounce, and Higgins can only manage to push at it on the back foot. A little stab at it. You see that ball coming back in, a bit of bounce, got a little bit bigger than he expected. And back he goes for a first ball up, Ryan Higgins. And this was exactly the burst that we were talking about, that one of the sides would want to grab hold of this game. Well, a fine grab by Hanscom, the skipper.
Yeah, good
sharp, the Foxes.
Good sharp catch by Hanscom. It went quick. He had to take it above his head with both hands, which he did.
Hanscom the catch, Van Beek the wicket. A first baller for Higgins, and Middlesex 73 for 4. They lead by just 31. So, And Geddes makes his way out to the middle. He's been in decent nick this year, but another one who's yet to go to the century. It's only Holman a century and 2 centuries for Holden, who's now back in the hutch. Nathan Fernandez made a little bit of history, Middlesex history himself at the beginning of last season, but out of the side at the moment, running the drinks on. Here's a fella who'll be looking to make a little piece of his own history here at Lords. It's going to be a hat-trick ball for Geddes to face. 2 for 16 into his 5th now. Van Beek started expensively. He was a little expensive in the first innings as well, although I thought he started well. He's come back well here, clearly, in his second spell for the Foxes. So, 2 slips, short leg, deep square, long leg out of shot. You can just see deep third is going to disappear out of your shot down there as well. Hat-trick ball here at Lords for Van Beek from the pavilion ends. On the spot, but in behind is Geddes defending into the onside. Middlesex can sit a little happier for a moment. 73 for 4. 2 deliveries have changed the tempo very quickly here just before lunch. 10 minutes to go to the interval.
Yeah, most definitely. You must remember the score was 51, I think, without loss. But that's when the first wicket went down. And it's been a bit of a struggle since then.
End of the over. 2 in it, 2 and 2 balls. As Deploy and Higgins sent back 73 for 4 Middlesex.
Yeah, so they really lost 4 wickets for 22 runs. That's the essence of what's happened so far.
Roland Butcher alongside myself. Kevin Hand in the commentary box for this one. And, well, Butcher, you'll have seen many escapades out in the middle. He is with Middlesex, the book. Breaking barriers. It was life in Barbados to begin with, you then to Lords. We've discussed it many a time on the mic here, haven't we? But what did you find the most in writing the book? Because sometimes you do find out a little bit about yourself, or kind of something surprises you.
I think what you don't realise is just the amount of time that you've got to actually spend talking about things that's happened a long time ago and trying to, recall it and in the right sequence. And I think the skill really comes down to the person you're working with, the questions that they ask, how they can pull things out of you. And also it depends on the type of person that you are. Someone like me, I don't sort of volunteer the information. It has to be dragged out with the right sort of questions. Another person might just spit it all out, but so it makes it harder for me.
So who is your favourite commentator to work with, Butch?
My favourite commentator to work with? Well, I'll tell you who I would have loved to work with. John Arlott.
Well, absolutely.
Was my hero as a kid. I used to listen to him as a little kid in Barbados. Him and Alan McGilvery. So the opportunity to have been in the box with those two would have been sensational.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a little disappointed, though, because you've got a little bookmark here. Commentator in the background over your shoulder. BBC Radio Bristol's. Can we get the light right on that? Ed Seaborn behind you at the top of the screen there. Butch, come on.
Yeah, well, Ed and I have done a lot of games together. And
he was making you look good, that's why you went for Ed, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Oh, through the legs. Steps over that one. And Geddes will get off the mark with a couple. In fact, they'll turn for the third. Goodness me, Luke Holman's still out there, isn't he? He doesn't seem to have seen much of the strike. And plenty happening at the other end. 77 for 4. Scriven is the fielder who Green appears to have seen the lighter side of that. inside edge. I think on that from Holman, he was certainly a long way across. Just going back seriously though to the but some fair old names with the forwards here. Sir Clive Lloyd, as we said, Sir Lordy in both of them. Mike Brearley, OBE, your captain here at Lords. Sir Desmond Haynes, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, and remarks by Sir Garfield Sobers, Michael Holding, and David Gower, OBE, nonetheless. It's a pretty decent 11 he put together there.
Yeah, there are one or two good players amongst that group there. Well, really a collection of some of the finest of the.
But all clearly you played a big part in your life and your cricket career mainly.
Yeah, they have. They've all been a very important part. If you start with Clive Lloyd, obviously, right through my career, he's been pretty helpful. Lordy and Botham. We started as MCC Young Professionals here at Lords. Then when I played for England, he was my England captain. Mike Brady, obviously a close friend and Middlesex captain. Desmond Haynes. We were teammates here at Middlesex. We were also West Indies senior men's selectors together. We were at Barbados trials at the same time, so we've got a long history. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles was obviously my boss at university when I was director of sport. And, Sir Garfield, obviously I played against Sir Garfield in '74 here while he was his last season in county cricket. Michael Holding and myself, obviously, my first game for Barbados was against Jamaica, against Michael Holding. We became teammates also for Tasmania, Michael and myself, together. And obviously David Gower playing the same team as England team as well. So, yeah, they've all played their part in the whole story.
So you faced both Sobers and Holding. Was that? I mean, for differing reasons, really. I mean, obviously the whispering death, Michael Holding. But Gary Sobers, though, that must have been, I mean, young in your career, at the end of his, as you say, facing that. But that must have been quite the moment, though, facing a man who clearly, was everybody's hero.
Yeah, well, he was, and quite rightly so. I mean, the bat, ball, field, he was exceptional, and the top man to go with it as well. I also had the pleasure of working for him as well when he was, after he retired. He was working for the OECS in the Caribbean, and he sent me as part of that to spend 2 winters coaching in Grenada for the ministry. So yeah, and after that we've been very close friends.
Into the stumps, unfortunately for Geddes. Nice looking shot.
Nicely timed. Doesn't always pay dividends to play straight.
Remind me, you probably have told me this one before, but I genuinely can't remember the answer because the book obviously called Breaking Barriers, but Barbados to England and back. You talked about your Barbados trials there, but you came across as a youngster and played for Middlesex, though. Which came first, the Barbados debut or Middlesex?
Barbados, I think Barbados. The Middlesex. I played for Barbados Middlesex. Because my first game for Middlesex was '74. Yep, I was here in '72. I played in '74, so the Middlesex one came first. But the book is about my journey from Barbados to England and then back to Barbados, where I returned as director of sport and director at the Barbados Cricket Association and selector. So that's all the back part, and the last 20 odd years really of being back. So really charts from my time as a child in Barbados to coming to England, what's happened all those years, and then returning back to Barbados, and then the 20 odd years after that.
Just flicked through the pictures as well as we see clock ticking towards 1 o'clock on Test debut for England in Barbados.
Yeah, I was fortunate to have made my, or unfortunate to have made my Test debut in Barbados, which was very special. Obviously, the place you were born to play your first Test was fantastic.
Holland bowl the last over before lunch. This is an interesting move. Gaddies will be happy with that, happy to leave. We've spoken about that many times, walking out in Barbados for your Test debut, but obviously the book being Barbados to England and back, but back and forth. It has been over the years though, hasn't it, for you, as you say? Test debuts there.
Yeah, I think the back part is after I retired really from first class cricket. What's happened after that was I returned to the Barbados in 2004.
It's a beaut, isn't it? But it is. I mean, I recommend to anybody who doesn't know cricket, who speaks to people. I don't really know cricket, don't really understand it, don't really get it. Watch Fire in Babylon, the documentary. And you'll get a great introduction to cricket, but you'll also get a wonderful insight into history of that period as well, which is Viv Richards and Holding and Lloyd and all the greats coming across. And for you similarly, that's why this book's why I've been nagging you for so long. I'm like, Butch, how have you not written this book? You played in an era of a golden age of cricket for sure, but also an important historical period.
Yeah, it's the time and really putting your mind to spending months doing something. It's you've got to be prepared and ready to do that. Most of your life you're not.
But like that period, for Fire in Babylon, the West Indies side coming to tour England, and the stories that they told of touring England, there's a line from Sir Viv Richards in the book. No blacks, no Jews, no dogs, no Irish. How he's come to England and seen this on a hotel, on the front of a hotel or a B&B, whatever it was. And that wasn't uncommon at all.
Well, I think in the early days, certainly when my father arrived in England, that was very common. But thank God it's not like that anymore.
But this is where breaking barriers is a big part of this book, clearly, though, isn't it? A big part of this book. And it's a period that you came, and it was breaking barriers, breaking boundaries. There's breaking down all sorts.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons for the book. All the different barriers really that I've had to break right throughout my life. I had to break a lot in the Caribbean as well. So, I think the title is very apt for. And it is about I've broken many barriers.
Single to end the session. That races away down to deep third. Geddes moves to 5. Single breaks what would have been a maiden over for Holland. On 12, 79 for 4. But you're going to be able to come back this afternoon over Nassau with us because we're only just getting started. We didn't quite
most definitely
get through this. Roland Butcher, a reminder for those of you that won't be with us this afternoon. Breaking Barriers is the book out from Roland Butcher, just fresh in the bookshops now, and well worth the reading, well worth tuning in again this afternoon because Butcher's going to come back and join us and tell us a little bit more about it. But for now, here at Lord's, it is lunch. It's Leicestershire's morning. They picked up 4 big wickets, as Butch said, Middlesex reaching 50 without loss, but 4 in 22 falling this morning. Middlesex's lead of 37 is pretty slight at the moment. All to do at Lord's. Do join us back on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Don Ford, Roland Butcher's been with us, myself, Kevin Hand. We're back in just under 40 minutes' time. The stream here in association with Zafar Gohar.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action. All the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Returning to the middle, umpires Richard Kettlebrand and Rothesay. Your match referee is Stevie Cossier. Your scorers Paul Rogers and John Shepard. Leicestershire returning to the field, captained by Peter Hanson and keeping wicket Ben Cox. Resuming the innings for Middlesex, Luke Holman and Ben Geddes.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lord's afternoon session, beginning here, day 3, Middlesex versus Leicestershire. Myself, Dom Ford, alongside me, Kevin Hands. Welcome back, Kev. Good lunch.
Not finished it yet.
Rush back.
No, these lunch intervals are not long enough, are they? No, we were having a natter at lunch. Ben Koski, one of the journos downstairs, came up with a good stat, and he's just double-checked it and relayed it to me. Last time Leicestershire won at Lord's was 1980. Fred Titmus played, and so did a certain Roland Butcher. And the top scored in the first innings. Middlesex lost by an innings, though, to the Foxes, who are flying high in Division 2 this year, top of the pile.
And this man on your screen, Logan Van Beek, will get proceedings underway in the afternoon session. 2 huge wickets before the lunch interval.
Yeah, pressure's on here for Middlesex, lead of 38. Six wickets standing. With the number 6, Ben Geddes, with the number 3, Luke Holman. Be expected here to get Middlesex going this afternoon. Desperate need of a partnership now. 50 for the first wicket. Alden and Robson. 18 and 23 respectively, helped by the 17 extras in the innings so far. But it's a dig-in wicket. If you're a batter, there's a bit in it for the bowlers, but as we've seen, 50 put on for the opening stand against the new ball. They batted well, they batted studiously, they dug in, and that's what Middlesex have got to do again now.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier the importance of Peter Hanscom's innings for Leicestershire, 87 from 202, the only player to pass 50 so far in this game. It is a pitch where there is runs there to be had, but you do have to dig in, get through the tricky spells, except that there will be some balls that you just have to nod your head and put to the back of your mind.
Started a little loosely, but boy oh boy has he come back with a vengeance here for Leicestershire. This will be a massive win, 30 points ahead of third placed Middlesex coming into the game. If Leicestershire were to come out on top and secure the win, then their hopes of going up in one of the top 2 positions this year would really look good if they could push third place Middlesex that little bit further away. But there is plenty still to play for. 38 the lead, 4 wickets down. 80 for 4.
An opportunity for those two to dig in this afternoon session. Ben Geddes looked in good form. Another one of the new recruits for Middlesex this season. He's been caught out pulling and hooking a couple of times, so might see Leicestershire adopt that ploy. Josh Hull picking up Geddes' wicket in the first innings, but it will be Ian Holland, Division 2 leading wicket taker, to open up from the nursery end.
Seeming all match long for Holland. Bit of bounce on that one. Slope falling from left to right as you looked at that screen there, but that ball just coming from right to left slightly with a little bit of movement. Edged and gone. Geddes halfway forward, pushing at that one just outside off. Holland has his first of the second innings, his 6th of the match. And Middlesex 80 for 5. Nice line, nice length. Just drawing Geddes in just outside off stump. And that nick well held at slip. Patel with the grab. Holland with the 6th. Middlesex 5 down and with a bit of work to do.
Yeah, big wicket to start this session. Ben Geddes has provided useful runs in the middle order for Middlesex so far, but that's a big wicket for Ian Holland and a very good low catch at slip as well from Rishi Patel. Middlesex in a spot of bother now, effectively 38 for 5. As Jack Davies, wicketkeeper, comes to the crease.
Top scorer in the first innings with 49. Middlesex need him to be the man to go to 50. Well, alongside Holman at the other end, still the number 3 there. 47 balls for Holman. It's all been happening at the other end from him. It's almost been a sideshow to the wickets tumbling. Holden, Robson, deploy Higgins, Geddes. So Davies to be followed by Zafar Gohar and Toby Rowland Jones. Then come Sharma and Patterson. Just needs some calm and some control now, Middlesex. Big hedge on that one. All on the floor for a single. Feels like a lot rests on Holman now. Pushed up to number 3. He's got to face the main man of Leicestershire. Short leg in place. Only one slip for Holman. Interesting move here. Deep third. You can see the deep backward square leg. Now towards long leg there's a deep square. Just in front of square indeed. On the onside outer shot. Constantly challenging the batter, Holland. Holman He's been happily working it out all the way through, out there in the middle. Crucial century against Kent. Well, any sort of score here right now. Not only crucial, desperately needed. 39 for 5 effectively Middlesex in their second dig. Holland in the first innings doing so much of the damage. It was Scriven and Green that got the first two. Van Beek at the other end. 2 in 2 was a hammer blow to this Middlesex second innings. Now Holland. His first, and undoubtedly a fox with his tail up right now as he turns again at the nursery end, where he's bowled exclusively from in this match so far. Well, I mentioned only the one slip. I think that would have been within reach for a second, but stretching was Holman. Playing away. Third slip, maybe. Single to end the over, he'll keep the strike. The lead's 40, 82 for 5.
Just wonder if this ball might be starting to offer a little bit through the air. That last ball from Holland looked like it might have offered a tiny bit. We haven't really seen much at all in this game, but this ball now 35 overs old. It's been mostly off the surface, the movement, but something to keep an eye on. Still cloudy overhead.
Resolute in defence again, Holman. Can I see that front on, please? Van Beek spearing that in towards that off stump. Holman getting in behind it.
This is the challenge for that man on your screen, Luke Holman. We know he can hit a big ball, likes to fill baton ball, know he can find the boundary with ease, but this is a real test for his temperament. He showed what he can do against Kent. He's been there for 53 deliveries. He's going to have to marshal middle and back end of the order.
It's lovely. And there's the shake from the hand of Holman again. We saw that one spearing back into the off stump, that one pitching and leaving the left-hander. Some good news for Middlesex. Here comes the sun. Well run. Tumbling Buttinger. Holding them to the single.
Yeah, the sun breaking through, separating the clouds a little. It will make Middlesex feel a little bit more comfortable when the sun's out.
Lift again for Van Beek. Saw the ball that got rid of Higgins. Just dropping the hands slightly. Davies. Possibly after the event, but seeming away down the slope outside the off stump. A little natter. And a big nudge of the gloves from a pair that have got their work cut out here for Middlesex. They really need to find a couple of 100 runs from somewhere still, Middlesex. But even 180, 200 to bowl at is something for them to get out there and go after. But that at the moment still a fair way away. 83 for 5. Look at the inside edge. It's been in play a lot today. Play again there. High up the inside of the bat on this occasion as they grab a couple. Inside edge probably not in play enough for Holden, Robson and Deploy, the 3 LBWs. Then the 2 and 2 for Van Beek. Deploy's LBW followed by Higgins. How much damage can Holland do? Just getting himself set, Holman. 16 from 58, so he's been out there a while in terms of the number of balls faced. You talk about a batter getting 30 or so and feeling like, right, got to 30. Shouldn't be getting out, get going. But he has had a good period of time out there now. What does seem very encouraging for Middlesex, for Holman going forward, as he seems to hold his head very well, despite a bit of chaos at the other end. A real clatter of wickets. Five wickets for 29 runs. Well, I'm going to guess that the bottom edge of the bat hit the pad on that one because they got a little bit excited, but they started to settle very quickly. Might see it better from behind. Probably just a little brush of the pad. At best offering a noise. But a young man still finding his way in the side of Middlesex. He's been around for a long while now, Holman. He's been in and out a little, for a number of reasons, really. Be it whether he's an all-rounder, whether he was a frontline spinner, but now he's a number 3 bat. And again, with everything happening at the other end, it looks as though his composure remains, and if anything, he looks even more focused and determined. The events at the other end, but this is the man that's causing problems at the moment. It was Holland in the first innings. He's bowled beautifully in this as well. 1 for 15 from 11 for Holland. 3 maidens. 2 for 19 from 8 from Van Beek. He's come back from an expensive start well. And he's got Davies. Just 2 balls faced to have a look at now. Just moved point to cover, and as a result, cover on the boundary's gone around to a deep point. So slip in a gully, deep third, deep point, just out of shot. Now you can see that almost catching cover point in there. Ballinger's retreated back a little bit. By the time he's walked in from there, he's quite close. Long leg the other fielder out of shot. There's the short cover in there, Budinger. Yeah, 49 in the first innings. Hung his head backwards, missing out. At least just notching up a 50. But clearly would have liked an awful lot more to guide the Middlesex first dig. Oh wow! Beating the outside edge, taking the stumps, taking the wicket of Jack Davies. Van Beek has a third. Leicestershire have the 6th Middlesex wicket, and look at that seam. Davies just didn't quite get it lined up right. Looks back at the track to see how he'd lined it up, to see how he'd worked it out, but he's got to go. 85 for 6. Holman maybe holding his head at one end, but at the other, it's carnage at the moment for Middlesex. Just straightens on him down the slope, but early in the innings it's a pretty good ball to get for Davies. Just watching that bat face as it comes down there, looking towards the onside. Lines it up again, lines up the line of it all. Just one in the second innings, top scorer in the first. Middlesex 85 for 6.
Oh, what a wonderful delivery. Logan Van Beek, a little expensive in that first spell, but since he's come back late in the morning session and the start of the afternoon, he has really been on song. 3 for 19 now, and that the best of the lot. Perfect, near a perfect delivery to a left-hander. Right arm round the wicket, shaping in. Davies looking to work it through mid-wicket, but just leaving and crashing into the top of off stump. That brings Zafar Gohar to the crease. Bowled wonderfully yesterday. 4 wickets. Kept things very tight, but he's got a huge job to do now with Luke Holman. Another left-hander. Finish the job with the bat against Kent. And he's got a huge job to do here.
Somehow Zafar Gohar alongside Holman here have got to find a way to give themselves something to bowl at. The spin twins have got to be batting kings at the moment for Middlesex to find a way forward in this innings. 43 the lead, 6 wickets down. Roland Jones still to come, but after that, Sharma and Patterson. We'll be happy with that leave outside of the off stump. Ryan Higgins will be wishing he could have got a nice leave outside off, a first baller for him. Resolutely in behind that. That's not too far off. Too far off the line that Davies was playing when he was bowled. Davies didn't want to straighten it on him, Matt didn't. Happily leaving that one. 85 for 6, 38 bowled. Here's the wicket, followed by the one that Gohar just defended. So that one pitches just outside off, straightens and takes off. Gohar's pitching a little straighter, pitching similarly just outside off, probably going on to hit the top of leg. So there's the difference between the two deliveries. Davies done by a pretty good one from Van Beek. And a wicket maiden, 85 for 6. It means 6 for 24 runs. Middlesex have got to find a way to settle this down quickly. Very calm head, Zafar Gohar, from what I've seen so far, and Holman has been displaying that during this passage of play for Middlesex as well, so there is hope here with these two, and indeed with the skipper to come, who's capable of those very lusty blows as we've seen over the years, but also capable of astute batting as well. Got to see off this pair at the moment though, Hollands and Van Beek, the opening pair for Leicestershire after lunch on the third day. Doing an awful lot of damage here. 5 in the first innings, Holland. He's got a 6th now himself, but of the 6 to fall in this innings, he and Van Beek share 4.
Yeah, it's been the bowling attack of the Foxes that got them to this point where they lead Division 2. You can see why. It can be relentless when they're on form.
LBW's fully in play here at the moment, isn't it? Holman is doing his best, keeping it out. Talked about the seam movement for Holland. Keeping that bat face as far open as possible. So important at the moment for Holman, with Holland right arm around the wicket to him. Again, getting the bat down in front, across the pad. 85 for 6. Lead of 43. Back-to-back maidens. Plenty of pressure. Look at that run rate. It's come down to 2.18. It was up over 3. But the sun is out, which is good news. It's always a little easier batting at Lords when the sun shines. Middlesex need to make hay pretty quickly here. Yes, no, oh goodness me. A couple of fumbles and they're through. Well, there was indecision there. That would have been a horrible way for the 7th wicket to go. No, thank you. Yes, please. No. Yes, no. Oh, go on then. Got there in the end. Oh, that's well kept out by Holm. We've talked about him getting that bat down and around in front of the pad. Very nearly. Very nearly. barely getting through from Van Beek. In the air and away for 4. A rare loose one from Holman in this innings. Picks up a boundary to move to 20. But checking that drive, only chipped it in the end and very nearly chipped it to cover.
A despairing dive. They're in the covers.
Stepping a long way across again, trying to negate the threat that is offered. We saw the ball pitching there or thereabouts, straightened on Davies. That nice little match-up from producer Dan at the back with the ball that pitched and took the top of off on Davies. Similar line and length to Gohar, which he kept out. Holland did so well, I thought, at the start of the match in that 19 for 3s. He really was targeting the knee pads, the knee rolls of Middlesex batters, which is what Holland's doing right now, of course, but also Van Beek, I think, doing quite nicely as well, just getting it up there and that little bit of seam movement that there is, asking a lot of questions. 90 for 6, the lead's 48. Live enhanced stream from Lords in association with Daffer. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me is Dom Ford.
A challenge for Middlesex. That man on your screen, Zafar Gohar, has found a bit of form with the bat this season. First class average of 22, but scores this year of 57 against Kent, 52 not out against Derbyshire, and that important 30 not out against Kent, winning the match with that big slog sweep late on day 4. And for these two in the middle is just calm things down. Holman has seen the chaos unfold at the other end, and if you can find a partner in Zafar Gohar, just stretch this lead out, get it as close to 100 as possible. You do have to credit the Foxes bowlers as well. They've been on song throughout this game, as they have been throughout the season, really. Ian Holland has been the main man, but backed up well from Ben Green and Tom Scriven. Logan Van Beek now chipping in. Brilliant line again from Ian Holland. Just nipping away. Gohar not following it. It's that line just causing that indecision. Corridor of uncertainty.
Absolutely no choice but to play at that, Gohar. And again. .90 for 6, another maiden in this recent run. Middlesex won't be too concerned about that. Talked about them making hay while the sun shines at the moment, but that doesn't mean just scoring runs at the moment. It means setting yourself up, getting yourself in and getting into this innings. They did do it 51 without loss, but 85 for 6 as it was leaving this partnership and what is still to come with a real problem. Got to find a minimum 100 more runs from somewhere, you'd suggest. Wide signal, loopy one. There was a ball there somewhere.
He's good to watch. Out in the middle, Luke Holman, whether he's got ball or bat in hand or in the field. Always entertaining. Almost an element of Steve Smith style personality when he bats. Very expressionate, uses his hands. He's having to take a leadership role here. Middlesex's new number 3.
Flashed away. Not quite for 4. Flayed away by Holman again, just a single.
Dot ball to finish then. 4 from it, including that loopy wide to start the over. 94 for 6. 2 left-handers at the crease. What will that chap be? Just got to bat time, really try and dig in. See through this spell, this impressive spell from the Leicestershire bowlers. Take the singles on offer. Patient. Outside is off stump. Luke Holman.
Who have we got in the committee room today, Don?
Certainly won't shy away from scoring balls that come on offer for Holman. Likes to find the boundary. Anything with width, anything too full. He'll cut and drive. Five dots again from Ian Holland. Maiden last over. Similar to Zafar Gohar yesterday. Incredible economy rate. Just the 15 runs, that 1 wicket.
Punched beautifully through the covers up the hill, which means legs are going to catch up on it quickly. They're thinking about a third. They settled on 2. There probably was a third there, but quite rightly these 2 erring on the side of caution. A couple to end the over. Holman is 25, Middlesex 96 for 6. But yeah, you're right, it was Holman and Gohar that really slowed things up at one stage yesterday. Grinding to a halt, Leicestershire. And then Hanscom hit out against Gohar in his return. There was an alleviation of pressure, wasn't there, when the second new ball came around and the run started to rattle through again. So they quickly threw it back to Gohar. He picked up Hanscom straight away and finished off the rest thereafter. Right now they're absorbing that pressure, these 2. 1 from 13, Gohar. Again, that innings, that chase against Kent. Composed, calculated, collected. Everything they need him to be right now, Gohar. Bodes well. You often think of a lower order, lower middle order batter. Might just go and do something a little rash. Gohar had no intention of doing that against Kent. Listening to him talk about it afterwards, and similarly here, it looks as though Holman can trust Number 8 at the other end, so stay settled, stay calm. And he will hope to stay with him. Hull back into the attack, replacing Van Beek, who's done so much of the damage with 3 of the 6 to go in this second innings. Well, that's not a bad shot. Beautiful way to find your first boundary. Effortless that from Gohar. 100 up for Middlesex in their second innings. 100 for 6.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Bit of a loosener from Josh Hull, but Gohar. Nice flow of the bat off the back foot punch through the covers.
Played a little bit away from himself there, didn't he? And, you know, if that had nicked through, you'd have been saying, oh, he's pushed at that one. A little wide. Didn't go too hard at it, though. It's just a controlled steer, and that actually was why the timing of it was so impressive, how it raced away so quickly.
Just the 4 overs for Josh Hull this morning. Picked up 1 wicket in the match so far, that of Ben Geddes. Caught in the deep, pulling a short ball. There's a couple of fielders out, deep square for Zafar Gohar as well. Deep square leg, deep fine leg. Just wonder if we might see some more short stuff.
Bottom hand comes off. A little bit of bite in that from the tall figure of Hull. Just reverberating up the bat handle perhaps. Momentary yes, no from Gohar there it seemed. Goes off to do a little bit more gardening. He and Holman were prodding away at a spot a moment ago after that one that lifted onto the splice, but Holman's been out there for 25 runs, 81 balls though. Massively been troubled. Ouch. Not much protection there. And he's not rubbing it just yet. Onto the right bicep. Tricep maybe, but fortunately fleshy, but it'll hurt nonetheless.
Don't show it. Don't show the pain.
Does that force a rush of blood at all though from Gohar? That'll be the question now. Can he maintain this composure? And yes is the answer to that question. Single 20 over. Boundary to begin it. Gohar's on to 6. Middlesex 101 for 6.
Lead at 59. Middlesex will just feel like one partnership of note that can put them right in this game, give them something to bowl at. A really strong bowling lineup that they have, along with those 2 on your screen, 2 spinners. Zafar Gohar picking up plenty of wickets so far this season. And Luke Holman, always handy to have a leg spinner in your side as well. So one partnership of note will give Middlesex some confidence, but there's work to do. Change of bowler then at the nursery end. Ben Green kicked things off for Leicestershire in this second innings for Middlesex, trapping Sam Robson LBW for 23 this morning. I thought he backed up Ian Holland really well. Again, that economy rate, just 13 runs from his 8 overs. That one important wicket.
Slip and a gully. Deep third, you can see. Deep square is out of shot. There's a long leg. You can see that. Green, the second leading wicket taker for Leicestershire this season, 1 for 13 and his 9th. Been impressive. Again from Green. Determined defence from Gohar. Popular character already in the Middlesex dressing room, Zafar Gohar. Very popular performer out in the field. Work one wider mid on. Think about the second, about the come. That's what they've got to do, these two, just eke the runs out. 45th over of the innings. Can they get it up to the 60th? Jack Davies in the middle there, Ben Geddes on the left. My apologies, Blake Cullen on the left. Murtagh in the middle. Holman second right, and I think that was Ryan Higgins.
Just a quick look at the other games going on in Division 2. What is shaping up to be a eye-catching competition. Glamorgan, who Middlesex face up next, look like they're in a position to win that game against Northamptonshire. Northampton currently trailing by 52 with 4 wickets remaining. Glamorgan hitting 424 in their first innings. Gloucestershire Kent, high-scoring affair. Kent 424 and Gloucestershire 502 for 8 in reply. And then Lancashire, Derbyshire. Lancashire 458 all out. Derbyshire 241 for 8 in reply. Currently trailing by 217. James Anderson picking up a couple of wickets.
Sun's out, shades are on. James Taylor on the left there. Rare full stroke from Luke Holman. Yep, that's where it was meant to go. He's got quite the mannerisms in the middle. Luke Holman. The point was the bat was pointing that way, and in the end so was he. It was supposed to go over there. Match interview that Richard Johnson did ahead of this match, he did say, when speaking of Luke Holman, that he plays the game in front of him very well, meaning whatever the match situation is, he seems to adapt to it very well, and that's what he's doing here at the moment. The dig-in is required. 25 from 85, just hang in there. Get some more overs into the legs of these bowlers. Some more overs on that ball. Hooking hard at that one, hooking fine, not quite sure he got it as he meant to. But he gets a boundary.
A bit of extra pace from Josh Hull. And a bit of a top edge from Luke Holman, but landed very safely in a much welcome boundary.
Top ball to finish the over, 107 for 6. Pink on display up at the back of the top. That's the terrace on top of the pavilion. Nice viewing spot up there. Left side of the pavilion on the top tier, a little heavier as everybody gets in line with the action. Middlesex's batters desperately trying to get in line with the ball. It's been a difficult one on a seaming surface. There you go. Zafar Gohar saying so, but there are runs to be had, as Hanscom proved. The opening partnership here against the new ball, Holden and Robson, proved as Holman the number 3. Those 18 extras conceded by Leicestershire now, so precious for Middlesex. The slender lead, a big job to do in this game. Looked out as it comes swinging fiercely back in. Again, something we haven't seen much of, and it's probably some of the brightest conditions of the day out there at the moment, but yeah, just the hint that was going to swing back in. That's what Buddinger's there for, the slope as well. A little inside edge onto the pad. Steered for a single.
Good lines again from Green on the spot. Just hoping for a little bit off the surface. Either going back up the slope or beating on the inside edge. One's a little straight though. Easy for Gohar to tuck it away for a single to end the over. Middlesex 110 for 6. 47 overs gone.
It's members bar. You can see those two turrets there. That right hand turret there. Right hand right hand porthole. It's going to be a lovely spot to view down onto Hull. Be left arm over. Pretty much his release point bowling to the left-hander right now is right in line with where that right-hand porthole was.
Always like being relatively close to being behind the bowler's arm when watching a game of cricket.
You're not a square on watcher then. You wouldn't be a Warner regular either. Furthest stand away. But the Warner regulars on the right hand side are all in.
Well, Lords is one of those places that really wherever you sit you're getting a wonderful view. I like to sit square on to get a good idea of how fast some of these guys can bowl. See if the eyes can pick it up.
Sending up tall to that one, Holman. Thinking about the uppercut. That's for a little while later. 111 for 6. A few around the ground getting their feet up right now with a Nelson on the board. Lead of 69. Well, The amount of inside edges that we've seen in this game. Inside edge down onto that hip. Inside. Left thigh indeed. And rolling down the legs. Well, there goes the uppercut on this occasion, and he gets it fine of the fielder. Green coming around. Won't get there. And 4 more for Holman, 4 more for Middlesex. The lead 73. And he thought about it. A couple of deliveries before, and on that occasion decided, yep, I'll have some of that. Quite the shot. Fair bit of swagger. 115 for 6. Second ball faced for Zafar Gohar. Similar strike rates for these two. Rate 2.39. Talked about across the match, across the first 2 days, circa 250 runs a day. Middlesex get 250 on the board. No, they settle on. Could Middlesex get 250 on the board today again, batting the rest of the day from here? Might have something like 130 more. Quite 250. But that would be a lead of 200, and that would be getting somewhere towards something that they could feel like they could defend. But even 100 more runs from here would just give them something to bowl at. 170. Would you feel like you got a chance? You'd know you need a very good start, and you'd have to keep them coming, but that man bowled very well in the first innings with the 4 for. Very tight economy from the spinners. The Leicestershire regretting not playing their finger spinner in this one at this stage. Well, not too many regrets when you've got the opposition in a bit of trouble. Time will tell though. Game's not done yet. Biggest difference between the first innings were a couple of drops, 3 missed chances. Hanscom with 87, the one batter. Still at this stage in the game to go past 50. Those are the margins in this one. Can Middlesex give themselves enough to defend that 42-run difference in the first innings? Far from insurmountable, but the tumble of wickets from 51 without loss to 85 for 6 means that lead of 73 at the moment is pretty slim. Only 4 wickets standing. Made no for Green, 1 for 18 from 11. That's 115 for 6.
Yeah, keeping it tight again, Ben Green from the nursery end. Partnership between Holman and Gohar just at 30, so they've managed to calm a bit of the storm. Still with plenty of work to do, but just managed to settle in a little bit. Can Luke Holman give himself and his side something to bowl at? Leg spinner. Of course, the Foxes have a leg spinner of their own, Rehan Ahmed. 8 overs in the first innings, picked up the wicket of Zafar Gohar. Top edge to pull shot.
Slides out, not signal wide. Luke Holman looking back at the umpire.
Yeah, just wondering if we might see first sign of spin for Leicestershire in this innings. Pete Hanscom might consider throwing the ball to Ahmed. Did see a good turn for Zafar Gohar.
Sunshine illuminating Lords again. Middlesex make the most. These better batting conditions this afternoon. Even though it's a bit more seam movement than swing in this match. Always just feels a little bit nicer batting in the sun though, doesn't it? Guided. Just a single for Holman on 16 for 6.
Yeah, it does. It's been beautiful sunshine first couple of days this morning. The clouds were hanging around, but the sun just peeking through in this afternoon session. I'm sure those in the crowd will be happy to see it as well. It was a little bit chilly out there this morning.
Overs bowled, 116 for 6. These two steadying matters slightly. We have 18 overs to tea. It's just over an hour until the interval. 30 overs until the second new ball, so they'd have 20 of it tonight should they require it. Leicestershire, but it'll be something on the mind of these two. 10 more overs, 60th over, ball by that point really starting to feel its age. A chance then for Middlesex to try and cash in for one or both of these if they can get there.
Solid from Holman. 100 deliveries. His face now out there for those 35 runs. Showing a lot of good temperament. Staying patient. Ready to punish the bad ball.
Ooh. Big inside chunk of the bat. He brings a boundary. Found him a couple, but we've talked about this a lot, the inside edge. You got it? Front on, please. Certainly a bit of shape there, isn't there, for Green, bringing it back in to the left-hander. Checks the damage. All is well for now. That'll be the other edge, and that will be a boundary, I think. Yes. Pops over the rope. Wouldn't have carried to a second or third, but big edge it was. 122 for 6, the lead's 80. Holman into the 40s, top scoring in the second innings. Six off the over, 1-2-2 for 6.
Change your bowling from the pavilion. Tom Scribbs.
Be a change of bowling from the pavilion end. It's not Rehan Ahmed though. It'll be over to Tom Scriven. 6 overs this morning. It's up to a very important breakthrough of Max Holden, LBW. One for 11 from his 6 overs. Another one of the Leicestershire players that has some sort of mullet or mini mullet. There's a few of them that do. Ben Green inspired.
Be a comfortable 2. Partnership by 39 for the 7th wicket at the moment. Need an awful lot more, Middlesex. which they need to slowly accumulate for now. Just a single. Every run feeling so crucial at the moment. It is for Middlesex. 1-2-5 for 6. So many off the stumps, square or backward of. Inside edges, but they'll take whatever they can get.
Yep, the more this lead extends, Middlesex will just pick up that little bit more glimmer of hope. Again, when you've got a spinner of the quality, the likes of Zafar Gohar, the likes of Dane Patterson and Toby Ronan-Jones opening up as well with the pace, Middlesex feel confident with defending something, but
it's the inside edge again. Taking a fair old battering, those bats in this game. Inside edges. Oh, working it out just as much as Holman at the moment.
oh,
There it is. The breakthrough from Green. Gohar's defence is breached. His resolution broken. Green grabs a second. A little bit of shape in it. Back down the slope. Through the gate. Slides through. Slams into the off stump. Big wicket. Gohar was setting himself up. Lines it all up again, but just didn't quite get that foot across. And the gate open, and the ball breaks through. 1-2-5 for 7.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
So Holman's still there on 41, and the skipper comes to join him. This is the partnership really now that has to do it, with Sharma and Patterson to come. Of course they can dig in, and I'm sure they will try when their time comes. But in terms of batting credentials, Gohar certainly has them. This man has a fine list of innings behind him. He's got a fair bit to do out there at the moment with Holman. 41 for the man on the left. He'll just want somebody to stay with him. 103 deliveries. He's been hanging on in there. As we always say in these situations for a side who are in their third innings at this point, they just need to find something. to bowl at in the final innings of the match. 83 shouldn't be anywhere near enough at the moment. They need to really, at very least, double this tally. Another 80 runs just gives them something on the board. 125 for 7. Green and Leicestershire will have very different ideas.
Yeah, very much a deserved wicket. Second wicket that for Ben Green. He's been relentless in his line and length around the wicket to the left-handers. He found the gap between bat and pad of Zafar Gohar. And reward for his hard work.
Well, that's a nice way to start. Sweeper coming around, holding to a couple. Roland Jones will be far from reckless here. How positive will he be from the start, though, with Holman, the number 3 at the other end? And well, his stock's rising at the moment, Holman. Century against Kent. Top scoring comfortably in this innings. There'll be no stopping that. Sweeper with a gentle stroll around the ropes. 131 for 7. Roland Jones on to 6. And the lead 89.
Oh, made that look pretty easy. Roland Jones comes to the crease. 2 balls. A couple and a boundary. Lovely flow of the bat from the Middlesex captain.
Ooh, nearly threw that one too early. Just check the shot. Lovely comeback from Green. The skipper reminded that Leicestershire and their bowlers are on top at the moment. Nips that one away. 131 for 7.
End of another successful over from Ben Green. Himself and Ian Holland from the nursery end have been fantastic. Really impressive in their line and lengths.
So Scriven 1 for 14 into his 8th. Just a single.
First look at Toby Roland Jones then for Tom Scriven. Come back over the wicket to the right-hander.
Stop by Rehan Ahmed. Not needed with the ball yet in this innings. It'll be Gohar's disappointment that he and Holman had taken it so far in terms of the number of overs. 54th now. That's a beaut. Roland Jones would have enjoyed delivering that one himself. Angling in, nipping up the slope.
Not far away from the edge at all there from Scriven. Beautifully bowled, inviting the drive. It's a good length.
Whips that off middle stump. Whips it fine for 4. Roland Jones into double figures. Middlesex 136 for 7.
Yep, just a little bit too straight. Roland Jones taking that off of middle and leg, down to 4, down for 4.
A few smiles up there still. Another boundary, another edge. Alfonso Thomas, a fine bowler he was, collecting the ball. Nice little search for that one again from Roland Jones. He's on to 14. Middlesex are 140 for 7. The lead is 98.
Yeah, Roland Jones, 14 from 8 deliveries. You say he won't be reckless here, will the captain, but his natural positive way of scoring could be a good thing for the home side, just to try and get that lead up. It's close to 3 figures now. Luke Holman's still there. If they can form a partnership, they will score at some pace.
I don't think it'll dislodge Roland Holman's concentration. 42 from 106, been a determined innings from Middlesex. Is newly promoted, newly elevated number 3. It's got him. It gets through. Another one goes through the gate, and it's the biggest one in this innings so far. The top scorer, Holman, hung in there for so long. Green gets another one to go through the gates. Just as Gohar had gone, that one nips back. Head across, front pad wasn't quite there to it. And the ball gets through. Just hits the top of the off stump. Watch this. Only just... Oh, so close. Dislodges that bail. Holman has to go, and that may change matters now for Roland Jones at the other end. A fine 42 from Holman, a top scorer in the second innings. At the moment it's not enough for Middlesex, they're 140 for 8.
And more reward for Ben Green. It's a wonderful spell. He's kept things really tight, picked up 2 big wickets out of Zafar Gohar, and now Luke Holman. Determined innings, 107 deliveries. He played really well, but that one just nipping in and grazing the bail. You can see the disappointment on Holman's face. Hung his head back. He'd done so much hard work. At Leicestershire, nearly through. They've taken 8 wickets. And Ben Green with 3 of them to himself.
Well, out comes youngster on debut. He's got a wicket to his name. He needs an innings of note here with his skipper, so that he and his fellow seamers, and indeed the spinners who bowled well in the first innings as well, have something to defend in the final innings of this match, which may not be far away. 98 the lead, 45.4 overs remaining of the second day, 13.4 overs remaining of the session. Will Middlesex make tea? 140 for 8 it is. What they'd give for another 40, certainly 50 runs from here, just to have something on the board. They haven't quite got it yet. Ooh, along the floor. Burst through the hands. So I'll get a single. Roland Jones will have the strike. What does the skipper do? I'd imagine for now try and bat time, hold on the Bulls into its 55th over. Deep cover out of shot there. You can see deep mid wicket back. So 4 on the rope. Four on the single. And a slip catching. They need a Roland Jones special more than ever in this one. It's a big game early in the Division 2 season. The Fox is showing why they're top of the table. This is why Middlesex will fancy another 40 or 50 runs. They might just have something to bowl at here. It's a bumper, it's very short. But look at it go. And he's nearly hit his own toe with it. Green. And look at how that jagged away though. There's movement out there for the seamers. One slips past the edge. Got ball 20 over. A single and a wicket, 1-4-1 for 8. Luke Holman top scoring with 42. But no more than that. Ball seaming back past the inside edge. You can see a fair old gate there and it got through. Been the story of the game really.
Change your bowling from the pavilion, Rehan Ahmed.
141 for 8 it is.
Yeah, that man on your screen is going to have to try and eke out as many runs as possible. 130, 145 could give them something, some glimmer of hope. A change at the pavilion end. It will be first bit of spin in this third innings. Foxes turning to Rehan Ahmed. Picked up 1 wicket, that of Zafar Gohar first time around. He's got Navia Sharma to bowl at.
Well, if Sharma can keep his head, then keeping it out the spinner. Maybe a little easier than the likes of Hull and Van Beek and Holland and Scriven and Green. across the edge. Googly slipping in towards the leg stump, and the leg spinner turning away outside off. There's the Googly. Gets it behind it again. Turn the over, Sharma. 1 from 7, 141 for 8, Middlesex.
Yeah, good job from Sharma. He's got to support his captain. He'll be talking him through it. Toby Rowland-Jones. He can hang around. You'd expect Rowland-Jones to try and farm the strike. I'm sure the single will be on offer from the Foxes. The question is whether Rowland-Jones looks to find the boundary or whether just looks to continue batting out overs.
Oh, well. Chipped down the ground. He gets away with it. He never got hold of it. 100 up in terms of the lead for Middlesex.
Nice wedge. The single was taken. Bring Sharma back on strike to face up to Ben Green.
Solid defence. One from behind. Just good line and length bowling from Green. Looking to blast away the pads with that one, no doubt. Hampton School pairing again together, this time in the middle with the bat. Sharma and Rowland-Jones. Another solid defence to end the over. 142 for 8.
Yeah, good from Sharma. Seeing out the rest of that over. Picking up that last wicket. His first maiden first class wicket in the Leicestershire first innings. We're just giving him some confidence. He can stick around with his captain as long as he can.
Overs to tea. It's one target for Middlesex at the moment. Hanscom fiddling with the field. Single taken, Sharma back onto strike. Hanscom, remember a game here where Middlesex was skittled for 100, which is what they'll have to try and do to Leicestershire. But Hanscom's interview at the end of the match, pretty straightforward. There's no track anywhere in the world he should be getting bowled out for 100, he said. That's what his side will be looking to avoid here. Far away from this 100 lead can Middlesex get this target though for the Foxes? Oh dear, that's close and it's gone. Googly beats the inside edge. Sharma has to depart for one. 143 for 9. Looking to hang in there, looking to push back. And there we go. Patterson will come to join Roland Jones. And, well, his job will be to block for all his life, you'd imagine. The skipper at the other end now will be starting to swing hard. 1 from 15 from Sharma. He tried to hold on, couldn't quite do so. It's 143 for 9.
And well bowled. Rehan Ahmed landed that one nicely. Turned the googly. As you so often see, the leg spinner really do turn. They're wrong and down the slope. Trapped Sharma in front. Leads this man out to the crease. Dane Patterson. A lot of experience out in the middle now for Middlesex between this pair, Roland Jones and Dane Patterson.
Well, it's the opening bowlers looking to close out the Middlesex innings here with something of a flourish, you'd imagine, but the swings of the bat will be reserved for the skipper. I'm sure that'll be his message, quite simple, to his opening bowling partner. Fair old bit of experience, 36 and 37. Just hang with me, Dane. Let my bat do the talking. 143 for 9. 2 to come of the over for him to survive. Oh, goodness me. He's gone first ball, and that's it. 9 and 10, going quick succession as Middlesex would have feared, and Roland Jones, 16 from 13, stranded at the other end. Can't keep out the googly, very open stance. Just clip the pad on the way through. Front foot going nowhere, just clip the back pad by the looks of it. Patterson couldn't keep it out. Roland Jones hangs his head and walks back. They've got a job to do here, Middlesex. It's an almighty job. The lead is just 101. And Leicestershire, the Foxes, are sniffing their first win at Lord's since 1980. The innings break. We'll be back after short break here as the bails are broken. Can Middlesex break back? We'll find out on the live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Zafar. Leicestershire have been set 102 to win.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes!
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Laugh, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Well, a very good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, the third session of the third day, which at the moment is moving pretty fast. 102 the target to win. Dane Patterson the last to go, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. That was the end of the Middlesex innings, first baller. And Rehan Ahmed will be on a hat-trick in the next game. Toby Rowland-Jones, well, he could do with something like that right now for Middlesex. There are a couple of 2-in-2s in that Middlesex innings, and from 51 without loss to 143 all out, their chances in this game have shrunk pretty fast. But Toby Rowland-Jones with the ball in hand, Patel and Budinger out there. Higgins alongside Rowland-Jones. They're going to have to work pretty hard and pretty fast on this third evening if they're to find a way through and find a way into this game. It's going to be spectacular if they do it. Leicestershire the heavy favourites here. There are 42 overs remaining today with an extra half an hour. That's 50. You'd imagine by stumps tonight there is likely to be a winner. Rowland-Jones from the pavilion end then. The live enhanced stream at Lords in association with Zafar Gohar. I'm Kevin Hand alongside me, Don Ford. And there are two slips behind Patel as Rowland-Jones begins the final innings of the match. Bit of width on that one. Well spread field with two slips, a deep third out of shot. There's also a deep square out of shot and a long leg. It's the 4 on the single. And a couple of catches. You'd imagine Rowland-Jones is going to try and leave this consistently 2/3 of the way up off stump. Try and let the ball do the rest. Difficult day with the bat for Middlesex. They resumed 10 without loss this morning, so 133 added throughout the day. As such, we've still got half a day to go with the potential of the extra half hour this evening, one way or the other. Single steered off middle stump, but that's somewhere around where Middlesex will want to hang it, on that line, on that length, just full of a length on the off stump. Just saying to the batters, go on then, hit it away off that line, off that length, and find what runs you can. Same field for the left-handed Budinger. They'll go Rowland-Jones and Patterson to open, but how quickly will they turn to Zafar Gohar, who dried it up massively, spun the Foxes in circles in the first innings. They want to leave him with plenty to bowl at here, and with 102, pretty paltry target. Can I say a paltry target for the Foxes? Paltry, not poultry. Oh, now slashed away in the air. It's a good tumbling stop by the man in question, Zafar Gohar. Just a single. Budinger off the mark, but there's a little indication that it shouldn't be easy. Point for Middlesex is just make it as difficult as you possibly can. Solid defence from Patel. Young Sharma, he was the 9th wicket to fall before Patterson went the very next ball. 2 without loss, and it will be Dane Patterson start up from the nursery, and no real surprise there.
Bowling from the
Not
nursery.
too long before Gohar's thrown the ball, unless these two really start to get things to move.
Yeah. 1 for 51 first time around for Dane Patterson. Bowled Sol Budinger for 29. Maybe a little indication as to the sign of intent as well from Sol Budinger in that over against Ronan Jones, slashing outside off stump. Landed safely, picked up a single, but you do wonder whether he might look to have a positive approach. It's 100 to win.
Yeah, it was tough for Budinger and Patel to begin with on the first evening of this game, wasn't it? 22 for 1 as they walked off that night. Patel's gone early, but Budinger was well tested by this man Patterson, who'll be signing off at Lords in this innings. He's bowled really well, perhaps hasn't got the full reward that he deserved for how he's bowled. Chips that one away. I did see him hit a 6 through that region over the wide long on boundary in the first innings, and by the end of the over Patterson had wrapped him up. Budinger go positively at this in the chase. Middlesex are pretty much saying to them you can do it in singles because they're dropping the field back. Just the one slip. They'll bowl at the stumps. It's up in the air, but safe. Out to deep point. Looks like Budinger might throw a little bit of caution to the wind here then. You'd wonder whether they'd just say, yeah, fine, we'll take the singles, we'll do it at your pace. I mean, effectively, with an extra half hour today, 50 overs to go this day, they only need 2 and over to win it today. If Middlesex are offering the singles, they can do it that way. Now, that's not a criticism of Middlesex's field at the moment, because I think they've probably got it right. Bowl at the stumps, a slip or a couple of slips in place, as they have for the right-hander. Just see if they can keep it tight and let Leicestershire make an error. They're going at the stumps.
Yeah, that's how Rishi Patel fell in the first innings as well. Trapped in front. LBW to Ryan Higgins, last ball of day 1. That's right. Keep it on the stumps, keep it tight. Force an error. Nicely tucked off the hip from Budinger to end Dane Patterson's first over. 7 from it. It's 93 to win then for the Foxes. Top of the pack in Division 2. They bowled really well. Late into the morning session today and the afternoon session, and then into the evening session as well. Relentless with their lines and lengths, putting themselves into a very positive position.
Hooked away, and a tumbling stop. Hold them to a couple. Good from Holman. The man who was holding it together for Middlesex, their number 3, top scoring in the 40s, and that 143.
Looks like Buddinger's going to go and take the positive approach. A couple out deep square, deep third, deep fine. Middlesex captain, 2 for 46. First time around, Rahan Ahmed and Lewis Hill both chopped on. The inside edge. The bat from Rishi Patel, away for a single.
That's the game that Middlesex want to play. Just leave it on that off stump. Say score off there. 14 without loss after 3. Budinger 11 from 10. It was Patterson that got him in the first innings. They'll get a couple of overs here at least, Patterson, to have a go in this, but it won't be too long before they throw the ball to Zafar Gohar, surely. Unless something very quickly happens from the seamers. Otherwise, I think it'll be a case of Gohar at one end and whichever seamer is keeping it tightest at the pavilion end. Yeah, that's where he'll want to leave it as well. What would he give to go off with a flourish at Lords for Middlesex? Still a trip to Cardiff to come, but his next visit to Lords will be in that squad with South Africa for the World Test Championship. Swung down the ground, swung big from Budinger. And it looks as though he is going to throw caution to the wind here.
Yeah, nice strike down the ground from Budinger. Getting ready for some white ball action. Fast approaching. There's Tom Scriven. Part of that bowling attack. Performed so well throughout this game.
Pitching outside the line of leg, I think, unless I missed something. It's close, but not close enough.
Rotating the strike. Be frustrating for the bowling attack. Left hand, right hand combination in the middle. Adjusting the lines. Budinger's got off to a good start. 16 from 15. He's a positive player. Strike rate of around 80 in first class cricket. Just 25 years of age.
Dot ball to finish. That run rate 4.75. They've clearly made the decision. Well, Budinger has. That he'll try and race the Foxes around Lords and to victory. 19 without loss. 83 to win. Middlesex need a breakthrough. And ideally it would be Budinger because of the 16 from 15. They can't really allow him to take much more of a chunk out of this pretty small target that the Foxes have been set to chase. Oh, hell. Only able to wave at it. The old skipper as that one chips over him. They need a collapse forced the same way that happened to them, of course. 51 the opening stand, 143 all out. So it is possible, but they need to get something going. Single again for Budinger, who's rattling along. reckon Patterson might get one more over at him before Middlesex are left with no choice but to go early to Gohar. Second shot, but a well-placed field, and Holden hoovers up at cover. 22 without loss after 5. Patterson takes off the sweater again, goes again against Budinger, but I reckon if it's not this over for Patterson, then it may be over to Gohar. 80 more required for the Foxes. 37 left on this third day.
Play a miss from Budinger. Bit of width on that one.
Steps across and slams that ball into the lower tier of the mound stand. Bollinger into the 20s. Leicestershire 28 without loss. Only got Patterson away with exactly that shot in the first innings, but by the end of the over he was out. There's Higgins having a natter. There's the trio of trusted seamers for Middlesex this year. The fourth seamer role has been rotated. Cullen, Brooks, Sharma in this game. It's pretty much now or never for Patterson, because I'd imagine they will have to go to Gohar and not let the runs run out. Just a single.
Good cricket from Budinger. It's a really lovely pickup for that 6 against a quality international bowler to come down the track and pick it up like that. It's very impressive. Great strike.
Seaming away up the slope. Deep square and long leg on the onside. Deep third and deep backward point on the off. And a breakthrough for Patterson. The first one goes 30 for 1. A swing and a word for Patterson. To Budinger to send him on his way. 25 he departs for. This is how. Deep step back, looking for the ball into the slot. Trying to create the angle for the swing, but only an inside edge onto the leg stump. 30 for 1, Budinger has given them a kick-start. But he goes for 25 from 22.
Yeah, almost a carbon copy of the first innings there between Patterson and Budinger. 6 in the over, followed by bowled. This time from round the wicket for the South African. Last ball of the over. Good start from Sol Budinger. Got his side off to a positive start.
Rehan Ahmed gets his feet moving as he makes his way out to the middle. Patel is 5 from 14. Fist bump as well to greet his colleague. How will he go about it after Budinger's start? Required rate 0.55. I think for Leicestershire it's at the moment a case of will they get it done today, but Middlesex will hope that one has opened the door slightly here. Taking a big chunk out of that target though already. Budinger's cameo of 25. Well, you could just hold on to him and... Where were you? He says to Zafar Gohar on the boundary rope. Gotcha.
Maybe jokingly towards the umpire, claiming obstruction.
Bringing back the years, Roland Jones finding an extra bit of bounce.
You'd expect Rishi Patel to try and play the anchor role back through here. Rehan Ahmed, number 3, positive player, will probably take over from Sol Budinger, you'd expect. Have a licence to not be reckless, but look to get these runs pretty swiftly.
At least in the game, Roland Jones at the moment. Bowling his heart out as ever. It's not a bad shout, you know. Possibly even a better one than Middlesex realised. But again, one of those, they might have gone upstairs only for it to be umpire's review. And we'll find a single. That finishes the over. 31 for 1. Patel with 6. Rehan Ahmed have to wait for the strike.
Yeah, Rishi Patel hope to try and carry his bat throughout this innings. Get through to the end. He did score a ton against Northamptonshire in his last game, but before that, scores of 0, 1 and 0, so 6 in the first innings here. So he'll be looking to build his confidence up a little bit.
Gets away. And 4 runs it is. Clipped off the stumps. Valuable that innings of the visiting skipper, the former Middlesex captain Pete Hanscom right now. He's 87. Stands as a vast difference between these sides. Nobody in the match for Middlesex was able to get over 50. 49 from Davies in the first innings. 44 from Higgins, only Holman managing to get into the 40s in the second dig. Has he got him? No, he hasn't. Maybe bat on pad just offering a noise. Oh, wow. Hold on a minute. The edge for a moment on that look. Single to end the over. Rehan Ahmed must wait once more. Patel's on to 11, 36 for 1.
Yeah, 66 to win now for the Foxes. Already top of Division 2 A win here, big win here, will just stretch that gap even further. It was 30 points between Leicestershire and Middlesex at the start of this game. Derbyshire sitting in second place. That Derbyshire game, Derbyshire up against Lancashire, then at Old Trafford. Lancashire 458 in their first innings, Derbyshire 314 all out, so Lancashire are batting again and have a lead of 171. Derbyshire currently sit in second ahead of Middlesex on the back foot there. Tight lines from Roland Jones, as you would expect. Skipper reached his 250th first-class wicket here at Lord's in that first innings, and he picked up a couple. He's 4 wickets away from 600 first-class wickets.
Well, if he gets 4 today, Middlesex might have a chance, but they'll have to do it pretty quickly. Now, will Patel be able to deny Rehan Ahmed the strike again? No. 36 for 1. Patel has 11 and Rehan Ahmed will have strike at last for Leicestershire.
.33 overs left in the day. And just 66 to win. And here we go then. Just 9 overs into the innings. And Middlesex have turned to their frontline spinner. Zafar Gohar then. Had to be done really. 4 for 34 from 20 overs in that first innings. Bowled with a lot of control. Found some sharp turn. Bowled really well.
Oh, wow. A little bit of intent from Rehan Ahmed. This could add some spice.
Off the mark then, second ball.
In the air. Doesn't carry. It's a long off.
Clothed from Rishi Patel. He'll be glad that he didn't get any more of that, because Leah's deploy running in wasn't too far away.
Just a single. Let's finish the over. 3 singles off it. 39 for 1.
Yeah, Rehan Ahmed looking like he wants to take the positive approach as well. Turnover's gone in this 4th and final innings. Taking Jones turning to first class debutant Navya Sharma, 19 years old, picked up his first wicket out of Tom Scriven to finish off, wrapping up the Leicestershire first innings.
Good start from the youngster. Right on the spot. Charge, but not an edge. They all went up. Nothing doing. Just a little bit of movement. Dot balls to begin for Sharma in a pressure cooker situation for Middlesex. Rehan Ahmed ready to charge. He's certainly impressed on his debut at the moment. Not one that he'll want to remember, but he did get his maiden first class wicket. Well, that was quite the shot in the end. Oh, and a diving, tumbling Effort from Higgins, couldn't quite cut it off. Come back for 3.
The use of the wrists. Rehan Ahmed, very wristy player. Can hit the ball in unusual areas.
Nice stroke. Scatters the pigeons. Five off the over, 44 for 1. It's away, and it's 4. Robson doing his best. Sweet pick up there. Take a couple. Brings up the 50. And they've reached the Bon Jovi mark. Halfway there. 51 for 1.
Yeah, Rishi Patel starting to put his foot down a little, try and get on top of Zafar Gohar.
It's up in the air. Underneath it, holding on, is Max Holden. 51 for 2. Patel, perhaps rather giving that away a little there. He's gone for 20. Gohar with the wicket.
Yep, 5th wicket in the game for Zafar Gohar. It's a good catch from Max Holden, never easy. Coming over your shoulder, diving as well. Rishi Patel just saying he was starting to put his foot down a little bit, but he has given that one away a little. Very good catch from Max Holden. First wicket for Zafar Gohar in this second innings. Patel gone for 20. Leicestershire 51 for 2.
Lewis Hill.
Hill comes out.
Yep, 12 for Lewis Hill, first time around, before being bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones. Another experienced player in this Leicestershire middle order. What approach does he take? Does he play the anchor? Does he look to come out with positive intent as well? Field comes up a little.
Wicket in the over, 51 for 2. Right, they just skied Zafar Gohar. You have to wonder whether Luke Holman will be given that go again at the pavilion end. And the spinners were going in tandem. The runs were barely moving for Leicestershire in the first innings. Certainly been rushing Rehan Ahmed, hasn't he? Gets him up off his toes. Looking for the second there, that was just singled out. Sun breaks through at Lords. Middlesex really need a couple of quick breakthroughs here if they're to have any chance of a late bit of pressure on this chase. 52 for 2. 40 more to win. 50 more to win indeed. It's a nice guide. It'll just be a single though. It's Hill off the mark. Certainly making them play with respect. Sharma, it's good to see from the youngster. Oh, 1 foot, driving it up to Roland Jones. Single to end the over. 54 for 2.
It's an eye on where Middlesex are heading next. Morgan not far off picking up victory against Northamptonshire. Northants are effectively 4 for 8. They have a lead of 4, 2 wickets remaining in that game. So you would expect Glamorgan to take victory.
Good start, but they'll get a single. Ooh, thick edge. Up on the bat. Giving chase, and they'll pick up 3. That's snapped away. Nicely worked by Rehan Ahmed. Look at that.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Use of the feet, opening up that offside. Tossed up by Zafar Gohar, and Ahmed giving it the treatment.
Single will keep the strike for Rehan Ahmed. 63 for 2.
And just 39 to win then. 28 overs left in the day. Are we going to be back for day 4? Nice back foot punch, little bobble.
Just seems back down the slope. Beating the inside edge of Hill. Nearly there now though. 38 to win. picking up the baton from Budinger. 15 from 20, Hill 4 from 4. Oh, it slips between the pair of them, the bowler and the skipper. Both sliding, neither can stop. It's another boundary.
Yeah, nice shot from Hill. Straight back down the ground, just evading the dive of Roland Jones. And has to get up, turn and go and get that ball from the fence. A nice drive, good timing.
Just the 34 more to win. So 69 for 2, 15 done. Just 33 more needed for victory. Gohar tossing it up there. Couple of slips in place, hoping for one to bounce and turn and take that edge through to the cordon.
Keeping Hill quiet here. Zafar Gohar.
Oh, that may well have gone with the throw of hit. 70 for 2, 32 to win. And through it goes. They'll look for the third, but they'll settle on 2. Holden giving chase. Edge to put down. Deploy going to his left and a wide slip. Oh dear, and has he hurt himself as well? Or is it just pride? Edges. Ouch! Right on that left finger. Oh dear. Let's hope that that is not anything serious. They've already lost Deploy for a game.
Lucky for Navya Sharma. He's bowled well. He's the 19-year-old. First class debut. I hope for more opportunities as this season progresses. He's got a lot of promise, a lot of potential.
Well under arm. Through for an overthrow. As in this time, Davies holds on, Rehan Ahmed departs. Second first class wicket for Sharma, who gets a hug from his teammates. Deploy with that left hand plunged in his pocket. A little bit of pain on that one, I'd imagine. Big swing. A little bit of delight for Sharma. Rehan Ahmed caught Davies off the bowling of Sharma for 20. Leicestershire 79 for 3.
Yeah, deserved. For Sharma, he's had a couple of catches go down off his bowling this game, but he's also taken a couple of wickets. He's bowled really well. It'll make him feel good. It'll build his confidence.
Well, that'll bring Pete Hanscom down the pavilion steps, former Middlesex captain. I'm sure they'll be pretty keen to pick up Pete before the game and innings is done, rather than the former skipper go out and hit the winning runs, having hit the crucial innings, the decisive innings I'd suggest in this match, the 87 of Hanscom in the first innings, separating these sides really.
Yeah, has been the only player to pass 50 in the match. It looks like that is going to be the difference between the two sides. Scored a ton here last year, 87 in the first innings, and he'll want to see his side home to extend their lead at the top of Division 2.
He'll have strike first up though, because that was the end of Sharma's over. Takes the single, so Hanscom will have strike. What they give to 50 or 80 more runs to play with, or indeed the 87 that Hanscom added in the first innings. Fine margins in a low scoring game. It's Hanscom off the mark. Probably fitting if it is him that hits the winning runs, bearing in mind he and his innings quite probably the difference between the sides. $18 done, 81 for 3. There are 24 remaining. Just 21 runs. More runs required for victory. To be a good scalp for Sharma to take Hanscom if he could. He certainly bowled himself into the squad for Cardiff next week. You'd have thought Sharma, whether they'll go with Brooks or Cullen. Oh, that's tight. Not out. Knee roll and possibly just outside the line of off. Let's have a look at the line first. Ooh, that's not a bad shout. Hitting in line. Just a matter of that height. Was it going over? Certainly got something about him though, hasn't he, Sharma? Over in what appears, and almost certainly is, a losing cause at the moment for Middlesex. Pulling his heart out with enthusiasm, but also with accuracy and with great threat.
Yeah, it's good to see. Really good to see. Always exciting when a young fast bowler comes on the scene. These overs will be doing him a lot of good as well. He's running in with good energy still. Picked up that wicket. Rehan Ahmed will look for a couple more before this game ends. And gives more options for Richard Johnson and co in that fast bowling department. Blake Cullen, as we saw earlier on in the season. Tom Helm returning from injury. Sharma. Henry Brooks. Good problem to have when you've got fast bowlers knocking on the door. And made an over. Or bowled. Leicestershire 81 for 3. 19 gone. And 21 to win.
Still the 2 slips for Zafar Gohar. Swooping in, Max Holden, full of energy. Be wondering how his Gunners are getting on in their Champions League chase this afternoon. Oh, no. Wait, what? Or if they lost? Yeah, but if they lost, they're 68. Cuts point, dot ball. Holman with a tumbling stop. Doubles finish, Middlesex keeping them honest. 20 done, 83 for 3, just 19 to win.
It will be a great assistance to rotating staff, spectators, and people to place any rubbish or recycling or general waste.
Look, that man in your screen, Peter Hanscom. Lewis Hill will want to take this to the end. They'll both want to be out there for those winning runs. This man Navya Sharma will try and break through again. It's been a good 5-over spell. A short ball. Hanscom swaying out the way. Slow progress at the moment for the Foxes. And credit to Sharma running in. Good energy, giving it his all. He's got a point to prove. Show that he deserves further chances in this team throughout the season.
Well, he's getting a good first run out at Lords in this second innings, not in the situation he'd want, but accustomed as he is now to the slope at Lords.
Tucked off the hips. And Peter Hanscom down to 18 to win. The bumper to end the over, one from it. 84 for 3, 18 to win. 21 overs left in the day.
And gets that one through. Point won't cut it off. Hill moves to 20 from 23. Just 13 now for the Foxes to win at Lords.
Yeah, nicely put away. A little short from the spinner. Hill onto it quickly. Dot ball to finish, 5 from it. Just 13 to win now for Leicestershire Foxes.
That's it for Sharma. Over to Luke Holman. A little bit of leg spin. So finish off at the pavilion end. Hanscom on 4. Well, it was leg spin that finished off Middlesex, wasn't it? 2 and 2 to wrap up the 10 and 11. Single more and 12 to win. Single ball for Hanscom. Skipper looks as though he's determined for a red inker in the second dig. Scampering the single to end the over. 93 for 3, just the 9 to win for the Foxes at Lords.
Yeah, they'll be delighted with this performance. This game was very much in the balance until late on in the morning session today, really. It's been very even. Peter Hanscom innings always looked like it was going to play a big part, and it's proven to be a huge difference in this game. The only player to pass 50.
The Foxes scatter the pigeons with a couple of runs. 96 for 3. They're nearly there, Leicestershire. First victory at Lords since 1980. It's an extraordinary stat. My mate Roland Butcher, who was on the mic earlier, was in the Middlesex lineup that day. What a lineup it was. We've seen some big shots. I don't think Hanscom will do this one. With a big heave-ho, just the 6 to win. He was out, holding out to mid-on in the first innings, I'm pretty sure. That he will be going for the red inker in the second dig. Strokes for a single. He'll keep the strike. 97 for 3, 5 to win.
Yeah, big performance from the Foxes. They're going on to their 4th win in 6 games. And on to extend what is already a healthy lead at the top of Division 2. Eyes on the other game. The other games in the division. Pretty tight pack, but these results could throw it wide open.
Full bunger. Set for 4 and it's 1 to win. Could well be the returning skipper, captaining the Foxes, who knocks off the winning runs. 13 for Hanscom, 101 for 3 for Leicestershire. And the table toppers in Division 2 are about to put a little bit more daylight between them and the chasing pack. Cut away and cut through the pigeons. Cut through a victory for the Foxes. Leicestershire win at Lords for the first time since 1980. A 7-wicket win. And it's Pete Hanscom who hits the winning runs. A few pats on the back from his old mates at Lords. A very popular man here at Lords. Didn't quite happen for him with the bat in his time with Middlesex. But with Leicestershire, Hanscom guides his side to the top of the table, and finally they get it off their back at Lords. They have a victory again in NW8. A 7-wicket win for Leicestershire, and a fine performance by the visitors. Toby Rowland-Jones. We'll look back at a couple of moments in the match. I'd say a couple of drop catches and a missed chance in the Leicestershire first innings. Be one of the moments that will stick out really for Leicestershire, but it's the visiting skipper who hits the winning runs. Hit 87, the only batter to go past 50 in the game, and his runs setting up this win. And then the fine performance, of course, in the first innings by Holland with a 5-foot. Van Beek blasting through this morning, 2 in 2, which really hurt Middlesex. Luke Holman in the middle there was holding it together for as long as he could. Elevated to number 3. He was the top scorer in the second dig for Middlesex, but from 51 without loss to 143 all out, and that collapse really has cost them. They just didn't have the runs to play with in the chase. Well, that's it from Lords. Tom Ford, thanks very much for your company here on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Zafar Gohar. Middlesex off to Glamorgan next week. And there you go, Hanscom leads off the visitors for their first win at Lord's in 45 years, which will be warmly received back at Grace Road, and undoubtedly when they get up into that dressing room as well. So yep, it's a trip to Glamorgan next for Middlesex, and they will be coming to try and play catch up now in Division 2. Leicestershire, who started the round with a 30-point advantage over Middlesex in third place. It puts their promotion charge into a very, very good position as we start to head towards the halfway stage of the season. That's it from the live enhanced stream here at Lord's from Middlesex in association with Daffer from myself, Kevin Hand, and from the rest of the stream team here in NW8. It's a very good evening to you all, and a congratulations to Leicestershire as they wrap up this one by 7 wickets.
Get this crowd bouncing. Oh my goodness me. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, that's a magnificent strike. Oh wow, that's absolutely awesome. Oh yes.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Wow. That is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamos Cricket.